Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and if you're able, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. I just want to remind everyone to please silence your cell phones. If you would like to have conversation amongst yourselves, we ask that you step outside and away from the window. And this way you could have your conversations. If you would like to speak on any agenda item or anything that is not on the agenda, please fill out a comment card. They're on the table. And if it's a specific agenda item, please note that item and you will be called when that item is called. If it's not on the agenda, it'll come up during public comment about 7:30 in the evening. I would like to also remind everybody that the website is available and the agendas are always on the website and all the happenings of the district are on the website. So please always make sure to stay informed. And we appreciate everybody being here this evening and we want to hear from everybody. Public comment will be 3 minutes tonight. As a reminder, there is no back and forth during public comment. And of course, we expect everyone to be civil and respectful to each other and their time and to our staff and board as well. So with that, I would like to start with the welcoming room. Oh, roll call, excuse me. Roll call. Scarlett?
Scarlett Cantley,
Frank Palin,
Mary Viator,
Michael Johnson, Keith Giordano,
Elizabeth Accomando.
Patricia Farrell, Eddie Arcue,
Jay Foy.
Burgess Hanson. We also have Laura Donlin, Labor Council on Zoom.
Rob Robinson, Jose Cabrera,
Miriam Heiser.
Kenny Lawrence.
Do we have anybody else on Zoom? Nope, that's it. Okay. Well, supervisor welcoming remarks, Michael?
Welcome.
Keith?
Thanks everybody for being here.
Yes, welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I didn't realize we were doing public comment. I just want to say that last week we had a equestrian trails committee, infrastructure committee. We did a trail ride last week on Saturday. Had many committee members come out and take a ride around to see some potential areas for equestrian trails to be put out here. Then we met the following Tuesday and discussed those items and discussed a couple of ideas for signage and whatnot throughout the area. And it seemed like it was a pretty successful meeting and looks like, you know, we might get some other people that might be interested. And, you know, it just was a really good, productive, and it was, you know, productive meeting. And the committee members that were there were very happy with how it went. So that's what I have.
Thank you.
So I have wonderful news that the board already knows about and staff, but the public does not. I purposely didn't post anything about this last night because I wanted to make sure that all the board members knew. But we have a final summary judgment order from the court regarding the lawsuit where Minto sued ITID. And in short, the court ruled 100% in ITID's favor. Okay. And I'd like to read the following, which was part of the partial summary judgment that was issued, that was reaffirmed in the final summary judgment. And it says, in summary, the court finds SID SID is Seminole Improvement District, has no interest in the right-of-way under the right-of-way agreement, and that Minto's use of the right-of-way will overburden the intended scope of the easement. The court further finds ITID's roadways lack a public dedication under sections 335.01 Florida statute and are consequently not public roads within the contemplation of that statute. Finally, the court finds ITID possesses the statutory authority to condition plaintiff's use of the right-of-way connection onto ITID's roads by issuance of a permit and assessment of a reasonable fee as provided under its charter and sections 298.22. The court then went on to basically say that I think the first 4 or 5 of Minto's affirmative defenses were meritless. And the 5th one, or 6th one, whatever it was, dismissed it altogether. So I would like to thank the district for persevering, and our staff, and the whole team that worked. And of course, the litigation attorneys are not here, but there has been a tremendous amount of work that has gone into this, and we've prevailed. And lastly, I would like to say that now we can file for reimbursement of our attorney's fees and some of our other costs. And so for those who have criticized the amount that the district has spent, now is the time that we'll be able to go back, provided there's not an appeal. So, and that was part of this order as well. So I'm very happy about this. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And I don't think it's attorney's fees.
It is attorney's fees.
Yes.
Well, expenses, yes. Yes,
That's it. So that was what in the order?
yes, specifically in here.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, yeah. Good
Great.
stuff.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 5, the agenda approval. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Giordano, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, item number 6, which everybody's waiting for. This is a to consider the Carroll Street Culvert Report and funding options. And before I turn this over to our staff, I would just like to point out that the district has to be very cautious when it comes to any type of crossing or issue that's going to come up. And if it impedes the work of the district must handle it accordingly. It has been said that I took this upon myself. I can say my part in it was that when I found out that this pipe was failing and it was hazardous, I brought it to the attention of staff, as should be done as a supervisor, because this is a liability for the entire district. And while it may be an inconvenience for us at the moment, it had to be addressed, and it had to be addressed promptly. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Hanson, and he will go through the process along with our legal team and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, general public. So to start off where you left off, when it was brought. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No,
The
you're fine.
cards.
So when we first found out about this, sent Mr. Robinson out to actually do a visual inspection of the exterior or the sides of the culvert. He found that there was damage at one of the ends, and we discussed it with Mr. Foy. Then at that time, because we knew GL or Cypress Groves Community Development District had actually installed that on our property without asking us if it was okay. Mr. Robinson and Ms. Akamundo, I believe, had a joint meeting with, I believe it was Mr. Portnoy, and I'm not sure if Mr. Pointer was there. And that's where we found out that they had put it in and they put it into agricultural standards. When we found out about that and we discussed it more, we felt that we needed to remove it because it was a safety hazard. And I'll let Mr. Boyd talk about that more from an engineering concept. As we were preparing to remove it, I asked Mr. Robinson to not take it out completely because I wanted Mr. Foy and I to have an opportunity to actually physically see the culvert pipes. And we did see where, especially the north one, actually had significant damage, and there was also blockage in that one. So as a result, we made the determination after that to have it removed. And that's where we are right now. And whether or not the board wants to put in a new culvert, that's something for the board to consider. At this time, we have no funding to do so. And I believe there's also some legal implications with whether or not it could even be funded. So, and other than by Unit 20. So Mr. Boyd, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that with the field inspection report.
To remind the board, you did approve removing it at the last board meeting. We went out and did some preliminary investigation that in the field meeting that has been referred to. We went out, Mr. Robinson was clearing the top of the pipe, both pipes, but the pipes were underwater, so you couldn't see the actual pipe. The end damage on the north pipe on the west side of that had some washing, so it had been damaged. That is documented in pictures. When I was out there observing, Mr. Robinson very gently, he's a very skilled operator, pulled back the dirt. The water level on the canal is high. The pipe is low. When he scraped too near the top of the pipe, the north pipe, we started to see water shoot up, upwelling, because the water outside the pipe was the pressure from the soil had been released and it started like a fountain. He dug it up and I think it was 3 places and the same thing occurred. The pipe was obviously deteriorating. He dug up the south pipe. The pipe looked pretty good. The groundwater was seeping in at a very slow rate. You could stand on the pipe, you could see the pipe. There was no upwelling. It was in good condition, in fairly good condition. Further, the south pipe, the one that was in good condition, was much too close to the shore, and the southeast bank near the road had eroded and washed into that pipe. So on site, we had to make the determination it was a safety hazard. It needed to be removed. And if you remove that pipe and filled it back in, you wouldn't have the hydraulic capacity to pass flow in the canal. Further, if you were going to replace the pipe, you need to remove the south pipe as well because it was too close to the bank and it needed to be moved over. So we had no choice, once it's declared a safety issue, to remove the pipe. If you'll recall, this pipe is on Indian Trail land, and legal made a determination at the previous board that that is our responsibility. We have some liability because it is on our land. You have any questions?
I don't, thank you. I would like to talk to our legal now. So we've talked about it, but I'd like the public to understand what, as far as it not being in Unit 20, not a permitted connection. So would you please explain that much more eloquently than I can? Thank you.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
But the thing is, the issue has risen is if in fact it's removed or there was the need to remove that particular culvert, who was going to pay for it? And there is questions whether it should be Unit 20 to repair it, but that was never within the unit of development number 20 water control plan, Santa Rosa Groves landowners. So there was no designated entity to be able to expend those sums of money to make those improvements for the removal as well as for the replacement. So technically, it's similar to when the beginning with Santa Rosa Groves had their own problems. There was no vehicle to pay and compensate those residents for those improvements that were needed.
And the same would go for the adjoining communities that are not active units.
Well, those adjoining units have no rights to anything dealing with the district's infrastructure, and they're not contributing whatsoever.
Okay. I have Mr. Portnoy here from Jail Homes, and he and I discussed this, and he said when that failed, they would not replace it. So if I may, if it's okay with the board, Mr. Portnoy, would you come up and explain that conversation, please?
Good evening. For the record, Larry Portnoy on behalf of GL Homes and also Cypress Grove Community Development District. That connection by Carol has absolutely nothing to do with GL Homes. We are going to be obligated when we build and start moving north of 59th over there to build 190th, which is to the east, which will be a paved road. And that's really our access moving forward. So this is nothing to do with GL. We have been aware for the CDD, we have been aware for quite some time. Bobby Pointer, our operations manager, has continuously brought up that this pipe is failing and one day it will need to be replaced. When we started investigating it further, it's like, why is this a CDD issue? The people and the property owners within our district boundaries aren't the ones who are benefiting from this. It was Santa Rosa or Sunny Urban Meadows using it as their access to get home, cut through to get to Orange Drive. So I had Bobby contact Rob and said that the CDD, if and when this fails, we'd rather leave it as an open ditch because it's a main drainage ditch and we'll get better drainage out there for the property owners within our district. And if Indian Trails or anybody else wanted to put in, we rebuild it. We don't have any objection to it. We just want to make sure we get the proper flow. So this has nothing to do with GL, number one. And number two, the CDD doesn't feel there's benefits to its members to be involved in funding this. We'd actually rather keep it open and not have it at all.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair. I'm curious, when did you contact Rob about this? When was that done?
Guessing 4 or 5 months ago. It's been some time.
All right. And when did the CDD, or why? Let me ask why. Why did the CDD relocate the culvert from Marie Court connecting to 60th to Carroll Street?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I need Bobby to
It was
answer
done in
that.
2012. So I'm curious why it was necessary to do that in the first place. And the CDD obviously felt at that time that it was a benefit because you moved it and you put the pipe in. And not for nothing, your farmers are using that. Are they not?
All of GL's land is being farmed by Hundley Farms.
Okay.
And so Hundley is the only impacted tenant of ours. And Hundley was approached before this came out. And while it makes their ride a little bit longer to have to go the way around, they didn't have a problem in having it removed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody
Larry.
else?
Thank you.
Through the chair. So I'm curious why, if staff knew about this 4 to 5 months ago, it was not brought to the board 4 to 5 months ago.
Well, it had to get looked into. And staff has
Okay, why
been,
was the board not apprised of what was going on?
I don't think that you have, it until they had an answer.
Okay, Elizabeth,
Mhm,
you're the chair.
mhm.
You work with staff to set the agenda.
Right.
That's your job.
Right, and as
Your
soon as
job
we
is not to be
knew,
making decisions behind
I-
the scenes and meeting with
Excuse me.
people. No, excuse me, I'm talking right now. Okay? If there is something going on that is going to affect any part of the district, it should have been brought to the board and the board apprised of it. It seems that this wasn't an emergency. It had been boiling for 4 or 5 months. And then now suddenly we have to remove it as an emergency and get no feedback or input from the residents, unbeknownst to this board. So I'm a little concerned that that happened. Okay,
so it couldn't have come to the board until staff looked at it to see if there's an actual problem. Me hearing that there might be a problem, what am I gonna bring to the board? Well, there might be a problem? No,
well,
I
was it
bring
you
it
that
to
heard about it
staff.
first or staff that heard about it first, Elizabeth?
I heard about it a couple of months ago.
Okay, so apparently
Correct.
4 to 5 months ago, staff was notified about it. Bobby Pointer contacted Robert about
I
it.
believe Rob called Bobby
Right.
about it.
Yeah, through the chair, I
Correct.
can. When, from doing all the work out there, been in and out quite a bit. You know, that area up there, once we cleared some of the banks out, and started grading, the north end of the west pipe started to slough off, and I was keeping an eye on it. So the bank had sloughed in an area, there was cap rock along the top of it, armoring the banks. And then, you know, you go by it a lot of times and then all of a sudden I noticed that there was considerable more sloughing off. Cap rock was now gone. That's when this started, probably a couple of weeks ago, that I took the measurements that were seen in that one picture and it was now 5 feet. Had sloughed off from its original position.
Within a few months.
Yeah, within a few months. So I went down there and probed it. There was some cap rock, but the top of the pipe, you can take the probe and it's a fiberglass probe with a brass tip on it. It's nothing. You can pretty much poke it right through the top of the exposed pipe that was sticking out. So due to fluctuations in the water level, you know, sometimes it's exposed, sometimes it's not. There is considerable rust on it. So that's how this started.
Okay, and then the other issue that I have is that the staff report for the last meeting, which wasn't available when I originally got my agenda, says that staff did not know, nobody knew who had actually installed the culvert in the first place. But we know who installed it. And you just said you knew that it was the CDD, and it was the CDD who contacted us. So I think that we should have been having a different discussion here, and that's what concerns me. Okay, about who's responsible here. I've asked legal to look at Marie Court. Is there an easement on Marie Court connecting to 60th? I haven't gotten that answer. And I think that this is a pertinent piece of information that the board should have in discussing this. Why was it moved? Why is it there? Who is responsible? And do the residents want it? Okay, I'm finding out from the residents, they weren't aware of it and they do want it and they're very concerned about it. I understand we don't have the money, but the board has to have that discussion with the residents and what solutions exist. And there are some solutions. So anyway, I just wanted that information on the record. Thank you.
Hey, do we have any cards for this item? When Supervisor Farrell calls your name, please come up to the podium.
Sure.
I will call two, so you know who's next.
All right, so I'm going to call two names at a time. So when the first one comes up, the second one can stand behind and be ready to talk. I believe it's Jane Williver. And then Michael Bongers, sorry. You got your 3 minutes. Ready, Scarlett? Okay.
Okay, I'll read my name, Jane Williver. I live at 20435 Simone Drive. I bought the property with my husband in 2004. We've been an on-site resident since 2006. Okay, just as a quick clarification for what was said here, as far as Betty's question on the timing of the awareness of potential issues with the culvert, Elizabeth Accomando called and talked with me personally on October 18th of last year. So this is more than 3 or 4 months ago. It is a significant length of time, and it further concerns me that no additional brought to attention or action was taken at that time, and things have been allowed to get worse with no action. But that's just an additional time framing to share with you guys. For this particular ITID meeting, my concern regarding the culvert issue is not about the actual culvert or solution that may be determined in the end. While I have a personal preference, I can live with or without the south access point myself. However, I am concerned about the viability of my neighbors as far as their personal enjoyment of their properties and the operation of their businesses. This kind of decision should entail the entire community's overall benefit to whatever solution is found and not rest on a particular individual or two's personal preference. I am concerned about the way the action that was taken was brought about, that awareness of a potential issue was out there for several months, 6 months or more. I'm concerned about the inaccuracies, misstatements, and other issues that the board relied on when making that vote in April, and therefore a decision that was reached was perhaps not properly reached because the necessary research and examination of the situation, including who's responsible as well as the actual condition of the culvert, was not fully examined before, again, an issue that is irreparable. We can't replace that culvert as is. Now we're stuck with the current situation and we have to move forward. And this situation is much more impactful on the neighborhood and much more expensive because there are numbers being bandied about in the 300,000 or plus range for a cost to repair or replace the culvert. That is a shocking amount of money for a culvert on a regular road.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to point out that it had to be looked into regarding ownership and whatnot. Mary, can you expand on that, please? The time that we had to take to figure out who owned it, who put it in, what was going on.
Well, without having some graphics here to actually show people what we're talking about, it's a little complicated to describe, but the only reason Indian Trail is involved is that Indian Trail is a landowner. Indian Trail owns virtually no land within the district. This is one of the very few exceptions. In 1966, World Palm Beach Colony conveyed to Indian Trail, and we have no records about what was the basis for this conveyance, a strip of land that's about 2 miles long, that's 100 feet, and it runs along the north side of or south side of the section, basically. There's a whole series of sections that all kind of come together there. Indian Trail owns the strip that runs from the tieback, and I get all my canals always confused. Up to just past the southeast corner of Santa Rosa Groves. So there's a strip of land. It is not in a water control plan. It is not a works of the district. It is something the district owns in fee. As a landowner, the district had nothing to do with the installation of any of these crossings. Nothing. It was put in, God only knows when, years ago.
Originally.
Originally, I guess it was probably done to satisfy agricultural interest, perhaps by a predecessor of jail homes. So the only reason why Indian Trail has an interest in this is that as the property owner, we can debate who's responsible for it, but a property owner is going to be responsible for the existence of an unsafe condition upon the property that they own. And in this case, that happens to be the district. So regardless of who put it in, or whether there may be others who have some responsibility, as a property owner, Indian Trail has a duty not to entertain a dangerous condition in which the public might get hurt, because Indian Trail is going to get sued one way or the other. So that's what propelled some urgency to deal with this issue. And when it was brought to a legal's attention that there was a dangerous situation potentially there, we just counseled that the action would have to be taken to deal with the situation. And there were really three options. You could remove it, you could repair it, or you could replace it. And the board at the last meeting chose to remove. So hopefully that'll give a little bit of understanding of. And I think in response to what Commissioner Argue was saying, or Supervisor Argue, there used to be another crossing, the exactly same crossing used to be just a little bit to the east. And the road used to make you come down 60th, you cross over, then you make a jog and then go up to the north. That crossing apparently got moved at some point. And I think the supervisor had looked at aerial shots and identified the approximate time in which that happened.
Mhm.
I haven't spoken to Mr. Portnoy, but it appears that the CDD might have been responsible at some point for relocating the pipes. And that might be one of the issues with the pipes, is that rather than install new pipes, the old pipes were simply relocated to this location. Why does it make the relocated location where it is now, forget about the current condition, makes more sense from a traffic perspective than having to come down, make a jog, make another turn, and then go north.
Sure.
So you only have
Combines
one
and big semis, yeah.
one turn, especially if you have agricultural vehicles using that. So, and is it on the surface, it's a safer location than having these double turns.
Sure.
So it was an improvement from traffic. It obviously wasn't necessarily an improvement from the functional nature of the crossing itself with these culverts that were presumably, at least one of them was deteriorated. We can assume when it was relocated.
Thank you. Yes.
So I have Michael Fongers. I haven't called any other names.
That's fine. I'm going to donate my time to Bull Dirks.
Okay.
There are two others that are going to reserve their time for me, so I can speak now and you can ask them if they are.
What are the names, please?
Few names on, they raise their hands. They
I-
are comments.
Okay, we need the names, please.
Hold on. Bordiella?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pull it so I can have it. And I want to just, okay. Robbie? Is that it? Was that your name?
Yes.
Okay, so you're referring your time. Okay, who else?
No, he's not.
He is not. Okay.
No, I think it was.
Yeah.
It starts on G.
Guru.
Oh, guru. I just saw that. Okay. Okay.
We'll start there, I guess.
So that's 3 total and myself, that's maximum of 12 minutes. I should be done before that.
Okay.
All right, so I'll begin now.
Excuse me, through the chair,
Mhm.
12 minutes.
Yeah,
Like
It
what
could
he
be,
said?
it could be 9.
Did you also say young? I'm sorry, who else?
is that
No,
Mary?
no, there were,
Looking,
there,
Hang on one
I
second.
think it
That's,
should be maximum of 10 minutes.
Okay.
That's my
It's-
recommendation.
okay.
I record it's 9 minutes long. It might go over. Don't worry.
Well, we'll just have to
10
check
minutes.
Paula.
It could be up to 10.
Up to 10? Okay, very good.
Good evening, members, board members and residents. I appreciate your efforts to
Hold on one
improve.
second, Mr. James.
And your name, sir?
William Dirks.
Mr. Dirks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate your efforts to improve all communities in the district. While I am thankful for some decisions, I do object to how the culvert issue near Santa Rosa Groves was handled. I understand that the board may not have had full visibility into the situation prior to the vote. Tonight, we are considering a motion to direct Elizabeth Accomando, President Accomando, to seek funding for culvert replacement. To avoid any appearance of conflict of interest, I recommend considering another board member or a subject matter expert. If not, then I hope she makes a commitment to genuinely seek funding. Unfortunately, I have to provide justification. I'd much rather be doing something else, but I feel compelled to.
Mr.
encourage-
Dirks, I'm sorry, could you speak a little more into the mic? Supervisor Giordano can hear you well.
But I feel compelled to encourage accountability in government without fear of retribution. It's that freedom of speech thing. And I expect the board does understand. There are about 30 Santa Rosa Groves residents living in Santa Rosa Groves, and I am aware of 20 who are strongly against closing and 4 others who are concerned whom I've spoken with. Can all the residents in favor of replacement raise your hands? Okay, I missed the April 17th agenda as I was sick. The board decided to remove the culvert and the motion did not say it was permanent, even though Mr. Hansen said it was recommended to be permanent in internal emails. Yet the attorney's emails suggested finding funding for a replacement. Elizabeth is the administrator of her own Santa Rosa Groves Facebook group and is highly active. 3 days after the vote, she posted that the entrance was closing. She only mentioned the benefits of less cut-through traffic and ATVs, less trash dumping, and savings on maintenance. She omitted critical points like reduced response time during emergencies and vulnerability of a single exit point with 150% more road degradation and risk of flooding. But many Santa Rosa Grove landowners are not in her group. She would normally send out poll questions in advance of meetings asking if residents were in favor of any issue like she did when the ATV park, where 100% of residents said no. She spoke to 3 residents privately about this closing a few months ago. Yet on this major issue, she chose not to raise awareness in her own neighborhood prior to the vote. She even notified residents on April 20th that there was going to be a meeting, but chose not to inform all of us about the critical meeting that affected all of our lives. And according to ITID email records, the earliest on April 9th shows Director Hansen asking to put culvert removal on the agenda and send it only to President Accomando and staff as normal. We wonder what communications preceded this. Then discussions centered on justification, where the engineers said the water level must be lowered in order to properly assess damage. Why would they propose putting it on the agenda before they had proper determination? And then at the meeting, Mr. Hansen introduced this to the board, stating that they were just concerned. And then why call it permanent change if you're only concerned? And then Elizabeth said, no one knows why they put it there. Well, I know why they put it there. It was to enable Santa Rosa Grove landowners to get from one side to the other, to give us access because we need it. But in emails, President Accomando then pressed the staff about the high influx of vehicles in Santa Rosa Groves. And the very next email alluded to justification based on the observation of bank erosion. The engineering report after removal indicated that erosion was due to an incorrect placement of the south pipe. So perhaps that was justification, but that was not an erosion, was not an opinion, not an emergency in my opinion. Next, the attorney said, no one seems to know how or whom it got installed. Yet a couple of months ago, one resident in Santa Rosa Groves told Elizabeth that it was installed 12 years ago and by whom. Yet it appears that Elizabeth chose not to reply back to the attorney with this information via email, as well as speak up during the meeting. I'm saying it looks like ITID actually wanted this to be a permanent change all along, and perhaps motivated by a goal to reduce the cost of maintenance on Carroll, as well as reduce the occurrence of a few annoyances by President Accomando. Elizabeth defended herself on Facebook, stating that the subject only came to fruition on May 17th meeting. But in fact, she approved the agenda 1 week earlier. So why not warn your neighbors as you normally do? Before April 17th, the board was led to believe that Santa Rosa Groves favored this culvert closure. How do you know unless you ask? And right before the vote, engineer Jay Foy said CDD had no objections, but not once did anyone say that Santa Rosa Groves residents might be concerned. 4 weeks before excavation, the attorney asked when they should warn the public with road signs. Elizabeth recommended waiting to just 1 week prior to the excavation. Neither the sign nor the vote said it was permanent. Yet, that warning did not prompt her to inform her own neighbors. The attorney also suggested finding funding for a replacement. While the ITID president is not obligated to inform her neighbors, ITID should have done more to raise awareness. Even the attorney recommended road signs to warn us, and just putting it on the agenda does not cut it with something so critical. Most landowners were not aware of this until a few got an email from Commissioner Baxter on Friday evening, just 60 hours before the closure, stating that it was a permanent closure. It was only at this point that the community awareness in the community took over at the 11th hour with a flurry of emails. The road signs didn't mention a permanent closure. Most people thought it was under maintenance. On the morning of the removal, several residents asked for a temporary blockade until funding could be secured. It would save money. Why was this ignored? The emails of Santa Rosa residents sent over the weekend prompted an emergency meeting. Soon after, Director Hansen graciously emailed all the individuals who sent letters of objection. It stated that ITID would excavate just to expose the pipe and assess the damage. He said that if it was okay, then they would replace it with soil. If it was not, they would consider replacing the pipe later. I hope that this all becomes water under the bridge someday soon, as long as ITID steps up and does the right thing by replacing it. Mr. Burgess stated engineering estimated the cost to be $300,000 to $350,000. Our guess is that that was based on an anticipated third-party contract proposal. Perhaps doing this in-house will be cheaper, yet I've learned that a supplier of a ITID named Advanced Drainage Systems estimated just the labor and materials to be $60,000. It is unclear what the cost of engineering and permitting would be, but being an engineer myself, I'd say that it's worth every penny of it. I'd like to speak to Burgess later to understand the details. So we hope that ITID can lobby support from GL Homes and others to contribute to funding using ITID in-house labor or this supplier. We will be faced with terrible road conditions on 70th and delayed emergency services. We have been driving down 60th for 11 years now, and there's been talk about GL paving it. Now, that may come to fruition in the next year or two, but we will not see the benefit. Instead, we might have to be air evac'd out of here by the same way that a resident was several years ago. During a rain event, degradation of 70th access will compound significantly now the traffic is going to increase 150% at that point. And that's because 60% of the current traffic is going through 60th right now. I just got two
Thank-
more sentences.
Go ahead.
Emergency services response time will increase from 15 to 17 minutes and with trucks passing across the paving strip. Paving 60th Street will have a positive impact on property values, but instead we are stuck with a bottleneck at 70th and Carroll. Furthermore, ITID controls 70th and Carroll into 190th Avenue. Beyond that, the narrow paved road currently is controlled by farmers. When big trucks pass by each other, they have to ride on the edge of the road. Degradation will happen fast. Thank you for hearing our concerns. Please act fast to replace the culvert.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Sure.
Please.
I have a question for Mr. Dirks about, Mr. Dirks, would you come up for a sec, please? You made a lot of assertions in your statements, and I'm just wondering where you got that information from.
I did a records search, the
From
records
staff?
request from the staff. And the earliest emails that they provided to me was April 9th. So apparently there was some discussions that were done verbally, but nothing apparently was in emails because I asked for all culvert discussion prior to April.
So I just want to clarify the things that you stated that were said by Elizabeth to staff in emails.
Yes,
It was in those emails that you got from.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
May I make one, are we done with public comment?
No.
Yeah.
Well, let me just make one comment. I know people are concerned, but they need to understand there's no mechanism for the district to pay for that culvert replacement. And certainly it's the district's not authorized to address this issue and charge Santa Rosa Groves. So there is no legal method. This culvert is not in any water control plan, and it was removed based on, from what I understand, a safety issue. And with the reimbursement, I think what you are trying to accomplish is try to work with other entities. But from a legal standpoint, the district has no obligation and really no way to assess for this particular culvert replacement. So I know people are concerned, but that is our particular issue, what we've been struggling with.
Right.
Through the chair.
And 1 second, please. And we couldn't have known it was permanent until we actually took action to look at the pipe itself. As Mr. Hampton had stated, it's something that would have been repairable and opened it, recovered it. We had no way of knowing that in advance of that. I did notify the group on social media on April 20th, once we had the date of when the work was done. And yes, I used to post all the time, and I used to reach out to the neighbors. And like Mr. brought up, after the ATV park proposal and the attacks that were put on me, I hadn't really done that since, unless it was something that someone came to me and spoke about. Mr. Dirks, please. It was asked of me to get spoiled. When it happened, I posted it. It was asked of me to get driveway connections, not move fences. We just voted on that recently. I did. There is some responsibility for landowners to be alert of what's going on at the meetings. I did speak to several residents when I first got wind of it, before I even knew it was fact. I did. I spoke to the residents that I speak to on a regular basis, not people that attack me, accuse me of things, and which I'm not going to get into because this is not the time and place. So I haven't done any of that. As far as it not coming up in emails after April 9th, the chair and the staff have meetings about the agenda. And once again, I'm going to reiterate, we had no way of knowing the level of failure that it was until an action was taken. So no one here in this room, including myself, can predict whether or not it was truly a complete failure or not. And I understand, and while we may not like it, and frankly, I see more traffic now because that 60% or whatever it is that Mr. Dirk said that used to come in off the other way comes in past me now. So I've heard that it was being said that it was a benefit for me, and I certainly is not. So I am in the same position as everyone else is. And I'd also like to point out about the life flight for the record. It was May 1st of 2018 that former Commissioner Melissa McKinley and Palm Beach County Fire Rescue designated Santa Rosa Groves for life flight and high water. And when we were under 5 feet of water, this time in 2018, the high water truck came every day and did a life safety check for everyone that stayed, which was the majority of the people out there, not everyone. So while I understand that this is a very, very serious issue for everyone, it affects me just as much as it affects everyone else. But we have a responsibility for the liability, and that is what our professionals recommended. And as a board, this is why we have the professionals, and there's no mechanism either for anyone to vote on things. And frankly, this could have been done administratively, but I chose it to bring it to the board and have it done this way and have it investigated and have it checked rather than doing that. This is an unpermitted connection that was made a long time ago for agricultural purposes before there were people out in Santa Rosa Groves. And now we're there. And now we've got a pipe failing. And yes, I did say we have a lot of heavy traffic now. We do. We've got tow trucks coming all day, car carriers, semi trucks all day long on a failing culvert. How is that? Who's going to draw the lucky straw? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, Larry, but saying when it fails, we'll take it out is not an option. I don't want to be the short straw that's on that culvert when it fails. And I don't think anybody in this room does. And sometimes we have to make decisions that none of us like. I don't like it either. I don't like a lot of things. But unfortunately, these are the things that we have to do as the district and to be responsible for the entire district. Yes.
I was first, actually.
Oh, yes, you are.
I have
Sorry.
a question for Mary, because Mary, you say that there is no mechanism. And in fact, under chapter 298, we can make amendments to a water control district, and we have the ability to actually do improvements both within and without the unit of development for the benefit of the unit of development. So we could actually be discussing that. So you're saying right now that there is no mechanism, and there is a mechanism that was never discussed with this board.
Well, there is no, excuse me, I would like to clarify your comment. There is no mechanism to pay for it right now. And if we're
Today,
talking.
but we're paying for the removal of it.
Through the
Excuse
chair.
me. But the thing is, if you're talking about who is anticipated going to pay for this, is that going to be Unit 20 to pay $350,000 to those landowners? I don't know.
And then we've got units that are development that are not active that are using it. So how fair is that to the residents of Santa Rosa Groves? Then if we do it overall, how fair is it to every resident to the east that's never set a foot out there, that doesn't even know it exists? So this is a matter of equitable.
Absolutely.
To the chair.
Uh,
I was here. I was the one who worked with Santa Rosa Groves to activate Santa Rosa Groves. And I will tell you that it was very clear to every single resident that attended every single meeting that if they wanted Carroll Street improved, paved, milled, or whatever, that they would be the ones paying for it, because we didn't
Right,
have the
Carroll
ability to
Street.
charge anybody else.
Right.
I will also state that there were two things that were considered in terms of creating the unit of development that this board is going to need to discuss if we are not going to be reopening that culvert. And one of them is that because Santa Rosa Groves had access to a county road, or what would be a county road, Santa Rosa Groves, their their development, their traffic typically would be going that way once it's improved. You are not paying for any of the other roads in the district, okay? And that's something that if all the traffic is now funneling through on
I
one
agree.
road, has not been considered. Same thing goes with GL Homes property or their CDD, okay? The other thing is that when we talked about Santa Rosa Groves, remember that we talked about closing off and putting a gated entrance. And Mary, you advised our board that we could not close off that road. So I find it really interesting that we can close off a culvert and say, well, other people aren't paying. But we knew full well when we created the unit of development that that was the case.
But this is
And that's what the
outside
residents
of the
wanted.
unit, right?
Lastly, the last thing, and again, we have the ability to make improvements both within and without, okay? Lastly, one of the main reasons for activating Santa Rosa Groves, one of the motivating things was the fact of the delivery of services. Lifeline is a temporary thing. It was supposed to be a benefit when we activate your unit,
Right.
that now you have.
Except
the
that
ability to
59th
receive
Street, you can't
services.
pass.
Now you have the ability to receive
But
services.
we
once
don't.
We get it done.
But we don't.
Okay. The
That's-
point is, that's the whole purpose. That's the objective. We're not there yet, but we're gonna get there. Okay? And that was what the residents wanted. That was their objective. That was the whole purpose of the district doing what we did.
So we wouldn't flood and our roads were passable.
And to
However,
receive
59,
services.
right, but we still don't receive services. We still don't receive mail. We can't do any of that. And
You apparently aren't
59
getting mail even at your box now because now they can't get there.
well, because everybody else got there, the post office is having a little issue, but it will be resolved. But yes, 59th Street, 90% of the time is impassable. And the county courtesy grades it, but they take no responsibility for it. So what they don't want to take the responsibility. If the money they put into grading it, they could have improved that road. I'll say that because they send the grader down and an hour later it's just as bad. So it's still a problem getting in. The
I know.
speed bumps on the paved part are brutal. Louise gets brutal, but now I guess
And it gets
hopefully
underwater when it floods.
right, both sides. When it floods, you can't get out either end. And I can attest to that from being stuck on the property for 2 weeks under feet of water. You cannot get through. I don't care which way you go. Same thing with the people in Tall Pines. They've got one entrance in and one entrance out. We all go through the same thing. We all
Quiet, please.
purchased property in a rural tier, knowing we were having limited services, knowing we needed vehicles to get in. Now, some of the newer people may not understand because they came in after we had some improvement. And nobody can sit here and tell me the roads are not better than what they were. They absolutely are. But to say that just because that corner is not accessible now, that's why Lifeline has to come in, that's not true. Lifeline has to come in regardless. And Lifeline can't land when it's flooded. So then we get nothing but the high water truck, and that still has not changed.
they
And
go
I'm
where the
not,
bridge was And drive in.
The problem, excuse me.
let Keith go, please.
I'm just trying to get back on track here for everybody concerned. We're discussing 6.1, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so this is to make a motion to direct you and staff, Cypress Groves, Palm Beach County, GL Homes, to look into ratifying this situation, never putting the culverts back in or anything else, correct?
Correct.
So
I was
think
trying
that's a
to,
Good motion.
I was trying to set up a meeting prior to this meeting, but unfortunately we could not. Everybody's schedule was
I
conflicted.
think this is a
So-
way, I mean, the motion is to get with the residents, with staff and everybody concerned to work toward a common goal that everybody can somewhat accept. So that's the
Thank you.
motion. I think we got off on tangents and attacking each other. Let's get back to the motion and say, yes, let's move forward.
There was no motion.
Yeah, there wasn't a motion. at
It
the
was a
time.
I mean,
suggestion.
Suggestion, let's move forward
with all hands concerned to work on solving the problem. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there is additional, I think, public comment.
Yeah, we do have a
Yes, we
few
have to
more.
get through a few
Yeah.
more.
So I'm going to save my comments until all that is done.
Okay.
So I have Nicholas Marino. And then I have Ty
I think
Jarmula,
he gave us time to
Five
Mr.
of the ones?
Dirks.
Okay.
Yep.
Young Dirks. So-
I just hold this like this.
Yes,
So
we don't want you to hurt your back.
You're a little taller.
Good evening, members of the board and residents. As a resident of Santa Rosa Groves for close to 3 decades, I'm appalled by this board's hasty and poorly informed decision to permanently close the culvert connecting Carroll Street to 60th Street. This action was taken with a haphazard and unprofessional approach. Residents were not consulted nor informed via letter and only found out via road sign, which was placed a week out from the action, despite a member of the board having had internal discussions at least a month prior to the action being taken. By doing so, the board has removed access to a major county-maintained road and ensured that residents are forced to use Louise Street to 70th Street North, which connects to Orange Boulevard, as the only path out of the SRG unit. For those unaware, this route is plagued with various issues. I'll begin with Louise Street, which has lower elevation than 60th, maintenance responsibility issues, heavy truck traffic to Coast Farms Nursery, heavy soft sand conditions, and a long history of being impassable after major tropical weather events. Those of you who are longtime acreage residents may be familiar with the name Isaac. Isaac was just a tropical storm, not something that typically alarms the average Florida resident. But in this case, any concern was absolutely warranted as Isaac hit the Loxahatchee area for close to 16 inches of rain in August of 2012. The reason why I bring this up is because many current residents of the SRG unit, including board member Accomando, were not residents at the time to witness Isaac's impact firsthand in 2012. My mother and I were on our way back from a county event and got trapped on Louise with our truck tires swallowed entirely by the mud conditions. Had it not been for another resident pulling us out with his Ford 4x4, we would have been stuck with no way to contact help due to there being no cell service during the storm. The alternative of 60th Street was instrumental in our ability to buy supplies after this storm as well as others. Then you have 70th Street North, which connects with Louise. The connection point between the two is a small culvert with a relatively narrow width for high traffic. The street itself has hardly any width and contains three speed bumps, 2 10-mile-per-hour and a stiff 5-mile-per-hour. These issues coupled together create a significant hindrance to a timely EMS response to the SRG unit, which can directly impact outcomes in emergency situations. The SRG unit has always had the benefit of 2 roads in and out as a built-in redundancy check against natural disasters and road blockages. The decision to remove access to 60th Street permanently cannot be characterized as an improvement, but an endangerment. By forcing residents to use a single road with multiple integrity and efficiency concerns, you are gambling the odds with other people's lives and money. I implore this board to seek third-party bids for the immediate construction of a replacement culvert reconnecting the SRG unit to 60th Street and to seek assistance from the county and its partners in an investment for a long-term concrete culvert to alleviate any concerns over weight, erosion, or degradation due to rust from cheap CSP material. Almost done. One line. ITID as well as the county has a responsibility to its residents to ensure that emergency evacuation plans and routes are available at all times by providing and not limiting access to multiple traffic routes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Young Dirks, and after that is Yandri. After Young will be Yandri Duela. And then the other cards I had deferred their time to Dirks.
Young Ducks, 20500 Simon Drive. Good evening, ITID board member and residents. Thank you for your attention. I would like to comment on the event that led up to the removal of the culvert pipe. A few days before the excavation, I went to the site looking for any possible area that might cause catastrophic failure. Except some erosion, I took a picture of that. I did not see any unusual appearance. I took some picture of erosion and even the berms were intact. As you know, erosion on the dirt road is very common, which is repaired all the time. Internal ITID email only noted this erosion. How did this erosion unfold to become a catastrophic failure risk? And the subsequent announcement of a permanent removal in only one time, 2 minutes, 30-second meeting with board member, an engineer, and a lawyer. No wonder ITID did not have time to think about related issues. Only a 2-minute, 30-second rapid discussion and a vote left the residents of Santa Rosa Grove in the dark with immediate impact, anger, and worry for the future of our community. It appears to us that the ITID president was resolute in her personal desire to demolish the intersection bridge permanently, despite the absence of any concrete proof that could justify it. Over the past several months, she called a few neighbors with a plan to sever the road. On March 30th, President Acamando posted a video of ATV spinning in front of her house, creating a big cloud of dust, and she was yelling at him. Then it seemed she went straight to ITID to have the road to cut off. President Acamando used a fear-mongering tactic to convince lawyers, engineers by saying heavy trucks, traffic can cause a catastrophic failure on the bridge, and it is better to remove it sooner for safety reasons, and insisted it be permanent. Why permanent? Note that it is not the safety reason. It was to reduce the unruly ATV activity. In a statement posted on Facebook, President Acamando repeatedly justified her mission to remove the road by citing the same lawyer and engineers she previously dealt with.
Thank you.
I have one more person.
That-
Can I? Yeah. Can you please present your name?
Did you fill out a card?
Yes, she
What's your
did.
name? You put on that you didn't want to speak, you just support.
Underneath it's a.
I wish to donate my time to Bill Dirks.
Oh,
Right,
Young
that went on
Dirks.
Bill's
That's
side.
the Young Dirks.
So you,
This is Young Dirks.
okay, so you
Um,
want it to be Young Dirks?
I would just like to say something here. I'm
Oh,
not,
I'm not done.
I'm not, your
can I
time
finish?
is up. Your time is up.
Okay.
Um, I'm not an expert. I direct the staff to look into it. Okay, I'm not the expert to say. And as I stated earlier, I'm seeing double the traffic now and double the four-wheelers because now they come down, they can't get through, and they turn around and they come back. So please don't sit here and accuse me of having an ulterior motive or doing anything for my own benefit. I stated the facts that to look at the glass half full. Yes, right now the pipe is coming out. We can hopefully look forward to this. That's right. I'm not gonna sit there and say, oh my God, doom and gloom, we're in trouble. And absolutely not. I don't live my life that way. So I'm seeing, okay, well, if the pipe has to come out, maybe we'll see less of this and less of that, because these are the complaints I hear from the neighbors, not you, but other neighbors on a constant basis. Four-wheelers, shooting, this and that. When the ATV park was coming in, everybody said, let's close the road. When we sat and met with Indian Trail at the very beginning before we were activated, let's close the road. And then people come here and they attack me about the ATV park because I was trying to mitigate the exposure to Santa Rosa Grove. It's not my exposure. Didn't expose to me, exposed more to the people on Dennis. But I did what I could because I knew we were going to get stuck with it anyway. And yet I was attacked. So I would appreciate if people would not do that. This is of no personal benefit to me. And once again, I'd like to reiterate, because there was something said that I'm recusing myself from Santa Rosa votes. I've discussed this with the lawyer at numerous meetings. Unless it is a personal benefit to myself or my organization, there's no need to. And I have in the past and under different circumstances, not with Santa Rosa Groves, when there could be the impression that I would benefit. So I most certainly would if it was a benefit. So I would appreciate it that I wasn't even the one that made the motion. You're shooting the messenger. The messenger received the call that there was a problem. The messenger related to the experts that we pay and that we rely on for their expertise, and they move forward from there. So thank you very much. Next.
So
I'm gonna.
Oh, you're gonna get, she's got Bill's time?
I'm asking,
Sure.
do you want to do that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, you can continue.
Not one of the board member questioned the lack of evidence required for what they were about to do. And no discussion was made on the impact to the community and the reliability of the alternate road which it for. Were these considerations not important before the excavation of execution of this plan? And Mary, I want to ask you too, legal standpoint, you were talking about it. Do you have a right to cut off community road? Can you state, can you win at the court? Do you have a legal, do you have a right to cut off the community road? I think that's is very unlikely, this entity could do, they will allow that. Under ITID simple road grading planned far ahead compared to this, if you waited a few moments for the proper assessment, did you think that catastrophic failure would have occurred knowing that there's only erosion? There are many dirt roads and bridges in the ITID district. In order to assess the continuing viability of such infrastructure, do you usually excavate to determine whether to repair or to cut off? Where was the evidence of imminent catastrophic failure? After digging in the internal document, the work was done purely under the presumption. If you had the proof, please show us. President Akamondo kept the whole plan hidden from SRG residents and passed the vote without a word of public input. Worse yet, after the vote, she delayed her announcement on unofficial Facebook groups for 3 more days. Unruly ATV riders are a problem in Santa Rosa Grove. We are all very annoyed by it. By living on Carroll Street, I am certain that President Akamondo is even more annoyed. But that being annoyed does not justify cutting off the community access. Here are the goals of the majority of the residents. Number 1, reconnect the road. Number 2, from now on, up to 3 selected SRG residents should act as a liaison task with communicating information from ITID to residents and feedback from residents to ITID. We joined the ITID for the better condition of the road and canal, and also to be well-connected emergency services despite the high payment, but not for them to cut off the main community access road. Thank you.
Through the chair,
Would you
I
like
have
to
one
read her
first.
note into the record?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Penezuela, please hold on 1 second. So number 1, do we have pictures of that culvert?
Yep.
I'd like to show the audience what this culvert looked like that was sent to us prior to them pulling it out so that you can see the damage. And I think what upsets me as I'm listening to this is if there was a family that crossed over on this portion that was deteriorating, which I believe, Rob, didn't you say that it went from 2 feet to 5 feet sloughing? Mr. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how quickly of time did it go from 2 feet to 5 feet?
I was out on medical leaves from February 13th, so my recollection, it was sometime maybe around Christmas, and because after that, like I said, when I came back is when it was apparent.
And when did you come back? I'm sorry.
Well, I was out on 2 different times, but my pictures that I have to go out there and do the investigation or on April 9th.
Okay, April 9th. Our last meeting was March 27th. April 9th, you went out to investigate, and then it was on our next meeting that was in April.
And at that
April
time, it was
26th, I think,
17.
17th. April 17th, it was brought to the board.
And at that time, it was 5 feet.
Right. Ms. Dirks, I think you're done. Thank you.
No,
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 we're all done.
ma'am.
We're
No.
all done. I'm sorry, I'm taking up your
No,
job.
no,
I
you're fine.
apologize.
You're fine.
Okay, so as you can see from the pictures that are up on that screen, you can see what your residents in Santa Rosa Groves and other people, the farmers that were using this culvert as a pass-through, what that looked like. Now you tell me, if a family went over that and it collapsed and they went into the water and they couldn't be rescued, how would you all feel right now? I understand. If you go back and you look, excuse me, if you go back and you look at the damage of that culvert and you see it, and you can see, I'm talking, you can see what that looks like after it's been taken off, and you see the damage of it cracking, of it allowing water to come through when they exposed it. Imagine if it was that, as Miss Accomando said earlier, a truck or a family or whoever's time it was that happened to cross when it failed. Tell me how you all would feel, because then I could get your outrage. I could absolutely get your outrage. Okay, I get your outrage if that happened. We were proactive on this. We went when we noticed that it went from 2 feet to 5 feet and was brought to our attention, and we voted on it to have it excavated to investigate it. I think it was also, I'm talking.
Excuse me.
I
Please.
also want to say that it was voted on that they investigate it and see if it could be salvaged. It was not. We had said if it was not salvaged, to remove it for the safety of your community and others that were driving. And I think that's where we need to put our mind at this. Instead of attacking, think that we did this because we don't want to see anybody getting hurt, dying, kill, anything, hurt, maimed, anything. It wasn't to make Santa Rosa Groves, at least in my heart, it wasn't to sit there and say, oh, who cares if they have one less road? Okay. So I just want pictures to be shown to see what that culvert looked like, and everybody just to relax for a minute and please stop attacking us. We are trying to make the best decision for our community. We're not doing it to make your lives worse. I'm sorry, Mr. Palenzuela. I don't know whose turn it was, but that's what I'd say.
Let him.
Now that the culvert has been ripped out, we have problems. We don't get mail. It's one
That's being addressed.
that needs to be addressed. Since
is.
the day that happened, we don't have mail. That's one. Another one is that 70th. Louise 7th, the dirt road there. That dirt road is pitched towards the canal, and the canal is pitched towards the dirt road. That is a canal when it rains. Yes?
I haven't driven back there.
Like
It happens,
this.
but it's a possibility.
Okay.
Half of
So
it
when the
is south side.
And should be-
59th is not, 59th is pretty much flat, and there is drainage on 59th. Also, there was the ability to close that culvert, to close it so nobody can get over it, so you guys can properly have the time to figure out what's really wrong with it. When you excavate and pictures of the culvert already out of the ground, that excavator will destroy that culvert like that.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Please, don't interrupt, please.
Okay. From what I gather, the information that was given to us today, one of the 3 sections of culvert was damaged. A repair is much cheaper than a replacement. And I have a physical quote for $150,000 or less to replace the entire culvert that I would be more than happy to share with you guys from a very reputable company. Okay. That's my take on it.
Thank you.
We have
Mr.
2 more.
Foy, 1 second, please. Mr. Foy, no, Andrew, you're good. I just want to address what he said about repairing. I don't know, you or Mr. Robinson how was that pipe when it was moved? How was it installed? In other words, it was put in wet and it was too close. How, how would it have been able, was a repair possible? In other words, is basically what I'm asking to answer Mr. Palenzuela's question.
You had two culverts,
Mhm.
North Culvert and South Culvert. I believe they were both 72s. Yes. Corrugated metal. In order to the North Culvert, you only had the option of lining it. So you would shove a smaller pipe through it. You would shove a pipe that is smooth so you get a little better hydraulic capacity. It's not cheap to line a culvert. The South Culvert, as I stated earlier, is
And I'm sorry, with that collapse in it, would it still have been able to be lined? Would that pop out?
as happened with the LA discharge culverts. If the culvert were deflected, you couldn't say you could normally put a 66-inch culvert through a 72-inch pipe. If it had deflections, you might have to go down to a 60. So it would further reduce the capacity. I don't think that pipe was out of round except at the end. So you might have had to replace the end section. The south culvert was installed too close to the south bank, so it really needed to be moved over.
And it was installed all in organic material, correct?
We don't have information, but word of mouth is that they would have probably installed it in the wet. You just drop a culvert. That's not the way you install a culvert properly. And to install a culvert properly these days, you dry it out. You make sure the sub base is a good material, or you bring in P-rock or something. You compact it on the way up. You would have to consider new guidelines with guardrail. You might want to pave it. If you go to concrete, that's even more expensive. Plastic is typically the way we would go these days. So I don't think you would want to have tried to repair that pipe. And as in the package, I gave you a recent estimate that my firm was involved with Non-Indian Trail for over $300,000 for a similar type properly installed culvert.
And is there any way of knowing the extent of it unless you dug it out?
We could have cofferdam both sides, taken out dewatering equipment, dewatered it, and Rob can probably give you a better idea what that would cost, but we chose to excavate over the top. When you see the type of upwelling, you know that there are holes in the pipe. Where you typically get holes in the pipe is where it's exposed to air on occasion. You don't get rotting under the water very much, so it's oxygen that rusts out the pipe with the water. When you see the deterioration, the number of holes that we're seeing, it isn't just a hole in that spot. Everything between the holes is much less thick. It's thin, it's ready to bust. Would that pipe have busted out in a week? You're not going to know that. Would it have busted out in a year? You're not going to know that. Would it have been catastrophic? You don't know that either. When I was out there, it was a definite safety issue. Would have had a catastrophic failure? With a heavy truck, it might have sunk, but is that catastrophic? What would be more likely is due to the end deterioration. Somebody could have driven off into the canal. That's where you have real problems. If there would have been a hole formed while during the night, somebody could have hit a bump and gone into a canal. So is there liability? There's certainly liability.
Thank
Through the
you.
chair.
1 second, Keith was next.
In one of our meetings that we had at FASD, I think Mr. Burgess and I talked with the Water Control District in Immokalee, and they were doing slip sleeving inside the pipe with fiberglass. Would that have been an option?
Typically you do that type of lining in a sanitary sewer system. I haven't heard of doing that in a storm system. I've heard of lining with metal pipe, with aluminum pipe, or even with plastic pipe. I haven't heard of. Maybe we're referring to the same thing. You can slip line with plastic pipe, but it's I don't usually refer to that as slip lining. I usually use that term in wastewater.
And if we were to do that, how does that affect the flow and during the storm? So of the water by decreasing the diameter inside the pipe?
If you were able to line it with the 1/2 size down, the 66, and make it smooth versus the corrugation, you would have no hydraulic difference. If you had to go a full foot down, you would have reduced the hydraulic capacity of the pipe.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Jay, you mentioned that, someone could run off the road into the canal. But we knew the condition of that when we activated. It was never discussed. And not for nothing, most of that canal is on our property. So do we have to put guardrail all along the canal now? And I still never got an answer about whether or not this piece of property is actually in the CD's boundaries. So maybe Gary can answer that. I don't know, but
It is not. It's the piece of property is in the south section, and the CDD's boundaries is the north section. In fact, the CDD is discontinuous on the south side of Santa Rosa Groves.
it doesn't include the county parcel, because that's not what.
The
Is included in the
CDD
backup.
does include the Cowan parcel. There is a map in if you want to pull it up, there's two maps. One that is more of a line drawing, one more illustrative that shows the CDD's boundaries.
Yeah, it looks to me on this that.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm more familiar with. If you can share the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's
I'm just going to call up a couple other people so that they're ready. Rob Watson and Dr. Juan Gamboa. Those are the last two cards I have. So if you want to stand and wait for us to call you.
Yeah, this map shows, I think I said that wrong. The canal east of Santa Rosa Groves is in the Santa Rosa Groves. It's the canal south of Santa Rosa Groves that is not in the CDD. Can you see the map yet? No.
Where the culvert is.
Oh,
for some reason.
it's not on full screen.
There it is.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
Where
the culvert is where that green line is.
that is in the CDD.
Yeah.
I apologize. I stated it wrong.
Would be
So my
here.
question is, are we paying assessments to the CDD on that strip of land? And as well as on Carroll Street and as well as on Louise Street that we own?
You haven't seen,
We haven't been assessed for that?
you haven't been paying.
We have not
Okay.
paid. I was just going to say that.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Good evening, board, and my name is Rob Watson. I own property on Dennis Street in Santa Rosa Groves. I'm going to speak quickly because I'm going to defer the rest of my time to my neighbor, Jane, but I want to say, first of all, I'm not sure. There's a lot of pronouns thrown around, he, they, attacking people. I don't know who those are. I'm not here to attack anybody. I have a problem with Elizabeth. I have a problem with anybody on the board. I think it's funny that Ms. Farrell got upset at people being upset. That's kind of crazy to me. But anyway, I want to thank Mr. Foy for what he said, because what he said validated what Andrew said. There was, I don't think anybody here, and to your point, Ms. Farrell, I don't think anybody here is questioning the fact that there was something that needs to be done. I don't know anybody here who's questioning that. So I'm not even sure what you were upset about. I think the point is where we are now. It's already removed. So there's no need to talk about what happened, in my opinion. I'm not gonna waste time talking about that. I'm gonna say where we are now. All of Santa Rosa wants, or 99.9% of Santa Rosa wants that access back, and we want to work together. The reason I'm thanking Mr. Foy is because he said that there's no way of telling if it was an emergency. The end of the culvert, absolutely. We could have closed that off put a guardrail or anything until we took time to see what else could be done. At the end of the day, Rob uncovered it, need to be replaced, need to be replaced. No arguments from me. I want to thank you because it seems like you're fighting for us.
So were you deferring your time to Jane?
Yes,
Yes, the rest of my time is.
he's gonna go first because he only has a minute.
Okay, Dr. Juan Gamboa. Okay. So you're getting the rest of his time.
Yes.
Board members, good evening. My name is Juan Gamboa. I'm a resident in Santa Grove. I'm going to be very short. I want to donate my time to Jane. Everybody have said what they have to say. We thank the engineers. You have done a wonderful job. It needed to be done. We have no question about that. The way they handled it maybe was a little bit too fast. I think they should stop it, investigate a little bit more, but it needed to be done. There's some issues that affect us as an owner, as a resident, as a business owner. The entrance time to get to place and to go out, it has increased. It affects everybody. Emergency time, if there is a real emergency, it has increased because that closure. Getting short, 70 is impossible in a bad situation or in a natural or man-made accident, whatever, it will be closed and we will be loved.
Just keep going. She didn't realize what was going on. So you keep going. You get about a minute and a half left. Yeah, but 2 minutes.
Yeah. So if 70 get for some reason closed, we will be locked and it will be affected. But all what I'm asking, and most of the residents, like everybody have said, is we want a second entrance. So please work on that. There is, like Mary say, there should be reasons. There should be a way to do it. So that's all what I'm asking. As a resident, let's go have a second entrance. If they want to keep it closed as an emergency only, that's okay. But please, let's go have a second option. Thank you.
Okay, so Jane will get a minute and 13 plus the minute and 17, so 2:40, let's say 2:40.
Thank you. To directly address the motion before the board, the motion is to assign Elizabeth as a point person to continue the work on the culvert road issue that impacts the owners within SRG, Santa Rosa Groves. While Elizabeth brings a certain perspective to the project, I believe a better option is available, and that is to assign Betty Argue. I believe Betty is the better choice to act as lead on this project due to several factors. Her extensive knowledge of the history of Santa Rosa Groves and the surrounding land management and easement mess. Her extensive experience with the entities involved, including the CDD, county, and other local authorities. And finally, her lack of any possible bias toward whatever solution is ultimately identified. Betty's knowledge, contacts, and objectivity for this project is simply a better option to achieve the best outcome for all stakeholders in this specific case. My proposal is to modify the motion to the board in order to assign Betty Argue as lead person for the culvert road situation. Betty's actions here tonight on behalf of the majority of owners for Santa Rosa Groves speaks for itself. I certainly appreciate her taking our feedback and ideas into consideration. ITID is here to serve the residents, and Betty is the lead we want. Thank you.
We had two cards that wanted to just show support for replacing the culvert. That would be Robbie Spongers, okay, and Danielle wrote us, I disagree with the closure of street and 59th. One entrance and exit is dangerous. In case of an emergency, we need access and paved roads. That's it. That's all for public.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that I've already been in contact with the county to set up meetings, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. We just couldn't make it happen due to scheduling conflicts. Because I did want to get ahead of this and hopefully try to have some answers prior to this meeting. Our meetings were short in between. Right now, I think we have no other comments. So do we have a motion?
Motion originally. to
Okay.
move Forward with the 6.1 to see if we can come up with a resolution to solve the issue.
Okay.
Me personally, if I need to modify this, I don't know if you agree, the board agrees. I mean, Danny, you, somebody just needs to work with everybody concerned and get it done.
Absolutely. Thank you.
What is
Okay,
your
so
motion, though? You gotta
Do
make.
you want to do?
the motion.
I'll do it. If the residents want me to do it, I'll do it.
So hold on. So I'm just gonna say this. Okay. We don't have the majority. We have 81 landowners. And we don't have the answers for all the people that don't actually live out there either. So before we say the landowners, I know that you spoke to some people and I appreciate that. People
I
reached
answered
out to you. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. They didn't want to hear it from me and that's fine. So frankly, I don't care, but I just feel like I've built some good relationships, and I can get it handled. Right now, you're well aware of the issues we're having with our roads and how things need to be handled. So
well aware.
exactly. So I've already set that stage. So whatever you guys want. I mean, I don't care.
Is it a sunshine violation if we make Elizabeth and Betty
That they cannot do that
vacant?
under the sunshine law. So you
That was
need,
the question.
if it's the direction of the board to work with, for the engagement with the CDD, Palm Beach and GL Homes, then we need to have a motion directing whoever that's.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion like it reads in this Akamundo staff to engage with Cypress Grove CBD, Palm Beach County GL Homes, and anybody else in regarding to installation and the association of costs to install the new culvert.
We have a second.
But that, just for
Oh, I'm sorry.
clarification, it's just to find out what's happening. It's not to authorize a new culvert.
Right.
Correct.
Just to get
Just to
information,
find, right,
information
right,
gathering.
exactly.
I'm going to second the
And-
motion.
And before I go further, I would like to add, once we have these answers, I'd like staff to set up a meeting with the residents. I don't know how you're gonna get a hold of everybody. We have email addresses. I don't know if they're all still good.
Can we put a sign out there?
We could put a sign, but a lot of people don't live there. So
Mm.
that's the problem. They're not gonna see the sign. So people the landowners that don't actually live on site, or some that, are not there all the time, may not see it. So I think we'd have to do it by email because US mail is too expensive, and until the post office gets their act together, we had no problem with UPS and FedEx getting the memo on to go around, but the post office, government.
To make a substitute motion, to appoint me to be the representative to do what needs to be done.
Okay, is there a second for the substitute? Well, do we have to vote on the
You're
first
supposed to do
one?
the
Okay,
first
so
one
we have to vote on the first one first.
Substitute.
If you want to amend it, but they have the right to go ahead and vote on that first motion.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on the motion that Keith made that
Yes,
Patricia Farrell seconded.
yes.
Okay, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Michael?
I don't know, I'm so different because you both are working for the same thing.
Right, it shouldn't be an argument, right?
I
Yeah.
mean, I don't care either one. I mean, you want to arm wrestle for it.
It's
Well, I think you just vote for.
Yeah.
Vote the motion.
What the residents want.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's already passed 3-2 if I vote either way. I mean, I'll say.
But this doesn't mean it's a done deal.
No, I know.
That's
We're
right.
coming back to
This is,
discuss
Yeah,
it.
right,
I agree.
exactly. Okay,
Yeah,
so,
but things need to be coming back to the board, and I don't have the confidence, considering that for 5 months, this was known about and it didn't come to the board. The facts did not come to the board.
because there was no facts to
Okay.
tell the board
There
again.
were.
There,
There were a lot of facts.
not
We heard a lot
until
about-
recently. It was hearsay until it was investigated.
Hearsay?
Yeah,
You know, oh.
yeah.
Point
All
of
right, we're
order,
done.
point of
We're
order
done.
through the chair.
We're done.
This is like,
This is
let's move
over.
on.
All right, we're done. We're moved on.
So it's passed.
We voted.
Is it 3-2?
Michael,
I'll say no, just.
okay,
for
so
the
it's
sheer
3-2.
fact.
Okay. Okay.
This is, the only thing I was thinking of full time is
All right.
where the,
Do we
how nice
have?
the 640 acres free and clear.
regular-
Any relationships?
I was just thinking the whole time,
Do you want to go to public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
the 640 would be nice to.
Okay,
like,
we're gonna-
that.
Thank you, everybody. We're gonna go to regular public comment, anything that is not on the agenda.
Sorry, what happened? Well, they just made a motion that Elizabeth, as it's written in the agenda, is going to be the one talking to.
Excuse me,
Point of order through the chair.
excuse me.
But that's enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
You caused all the problem, okay?
Excuse me. One more time, and I'm gonna ask the deputy to have you leave. I'm tired of being attacked. This is not something I did on my own. Thank you.
To the chair. The only thing this motion does is to move forward. We're still gonna work with the 5 board members, our staff, and every resident. This isn't saying that y'all not getting the culvert back. This is saying we're gonna review and solve the problem for everybody.
It's also
How
finding
it's
out the
possible.
cost.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, we know it's not cheap.
Yeah, but I mean, finding out who's going to pay for the
Right,
cost.
right.
I mean, it's a possible
400.
$350,000 deal. I
Through
mean,
the chair.
it's.
All right, we're
I'd like
moving
to,
on.
Chair,
We're moving
I'd like
on.
to make a motion that we put out an RFQ and get 3 quotes for the cost of replacing those pipes with steel pipes, 72 inches. It's an RFQ. I'd like to know from independent sources, how much is it gonna cost to get it done?
Can we do that?
I made a
Is-
motion.
Isn't that part of
Through
the
the chair.
going out and?
Through the
getting
chair.
Cost anyway?
So I appreciate your request, but we're in the information gathering stage. I think we find out
This
the
is part of
responsibility.
information gathering.
All right, so let that be part of the
I'm
gathering.
making a motion and it's on the table.
I second.
Through the chair, I believe Mr. Foy wants to address steel because we've had this discussion.
I would prefer the motion not include steel. We don't want to use steel. And to get a quote, if you're going to contractors, you need a design. So you would need to have like a design build.
It's premature
Well,
right now, right?
And
It's not.
I'm a little.
We're gonna spend-
concerned about I don't want to put Mary on the spot, but who would fund the putting together the RFQ, et cetera? I don't have enough information to.
What about the cost of staff meeting with Miss Akamundo and going to all these other places? What about that?
But the
Go-
thing-
How is that any different?
Going to where? And-
Meeting with the county, with GL Homes, with the CDD. I mean, we need to be consistent if we're making arguments here. I'd like. The thing is that in the staff report and some of the comments and things that have come back from you, Jay. We don't need 100-foot pipe. I'd like to know why we need 100-foot wide pipe for a culvert crossing at Carroll Street. It's not a major thoroughfare road. If you have a neighborhood road access, 30-foot wide road is all you need, maybe 40 feet. Okay, we don't need 100 feet, in my opinion. And so I think that you have criteria already in terms of what the standards are for ITID. And we could put out an RFQ and we can get independent responses in terms of how much is it going to cost. That's what I'm asking.
Through the chair. Jay, to come up with a legitimate cost to replace. Do we really need to go out with an RFQ, or can you, as our in-house engineer, come up with an estimate of what it would cost?
Yeah, we can certainly come up with an estimate. The estimate that was provided was for a different project, and we could come up with an estimate for that. And I certainly could do that.
Okay.
And just for background information, our standard is 80 foot long because you have to have certain clearances to the canal. And otherwise you need guardrails, so that's why it's 80 feet. If you put back what was there, it wouldn't meet current criteria unless you added guardrails. So there are more considerations than just plopping a pipe, and you don't do it in the wet. As we referred to earlier, you have to dry it out and you have to have the proper base and compaction all the way up. It sounds easy to put a couple pipes in the canal, but it's quite expensive and it's not getting cheaper.
Except that we brought it in-house because it was so much cheaper
It
than
is.
quoting it out.
How much was it when we put the two pipes in on 140th or? Remember I brought it up because Mr. Jacobs brought up that they were not aligned right.
The
How
ones
much
that
was
are slanted, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, staff could provide that to you. I think we were between 1/3 and 1/2 of the price of the contractors at the time. Because you were doing all your own labor.
So what did that cost us? Do you remember?
How long ago was
My understanding was it was like $150,000 and it was, like you said, at least half, if not.
Yeah, I mean, and that was two culverts. We only need one. So.
No, we need two,
Oh, we need two,
apparently.
okay.
Yeah.
So then we'll look, huh?
272 inch, excuse me, through the chair. Mr. Coyne's not here, but what Alan, their engineer, the requested because of the flow requirements for the farming out there, 272 inch pipes. So two, and the depth is a little bit deeper than some of our other crossings, so they need to be a little bit longer. That's why we came up with 100, not going with 120. Some of the other ones we have on our major north-south roads are 120 foot. So
Those are also roads that are getting
understand.
nonstop traffic and there were other considerations there.
And we're seeing a lot of traffic, semis, car carriers. So, no,
No.
I'm not saying that, but we're seeing mostly
150,
heavy
right?
traffic. Seriously.
We're
We've
looking
got
at
a,
about
we've got
150
a
to reach
repo
around
yard.
I have another idea
Wait,
and
well,
I have other thoughts about how we could deal with it.
Okay, we got it.
So we're looking at about
Yeah, okay.
150?
No.
If y'all give me a minute, Mr. Lester provided the cost of the last one we had done. And I just have to go through my emails.
Okay.
We've come up with the cost for replacing this with, real-time prices based on what we currently do with our FEMA rates, labor burden, the cost of material and dewatering, and also bypass pumping. That's why it's a little bit more expensive because we do this, our typical takes 6 weeks. We could do this one in 5 because we're not paving. We still need to provide bypass pumping for the farms out west. So they have irrigation and also flood control, so they can pump both ways.
Oh, while you're doing that, the second part of this dilemma is, Mr. Carrera. Where's the money gonna come from?
That's
a very
what
good
we
question.
Figure out. That's what the motion's for. Okay. Very
What was
good.
the answer?
Thank you.
It's probably gonna be a special assessment.
But there is no authority for a special
Right,
assessment at
Because
this.
it's not in our unit.
We'd have to do an amendment.
It would have to, and that's.
Or we could put it in the R3.
That's what the
Excuse
resident.
me, excuse me, I'm trying to respond. You mentioned something about within and out. Absolutely, you can do within and without, but there has to be included in the water control plan. Right, you can't just right now, and you can't. Legally, we're not allowed to be going out with proposals if there's no funding mechanism. So with regards to possibly coming with an estimate to utilize for trying to get a handle on this, but there is no funding that's available at this time. And if in fact we're talking about Santa Rosa Groves, that's the unit that's going to be paying for it. They will be the entity that will be if everything is approved, the sole source of that funding. And they would have to pay for that culvert.
Other
There could
people
be-
use
there
that
could be
road,
other
so.
considerations,
there's no-
But there's no legal, there's, if in fact you're going to try to create a unit, or if you're gonna add and charge other landowners, then you would have to create a brand new water control plan and unit development to do that infrastructure. If you're going to ask to have the Santa Rosa Groves landowners pay for that, then that would be the way for amending the unit number 20, and to include that culvert. whatever the ultimate cost is. But you have to go through that process, and it would not, it depends on the cost, but it would be whether you could do the expedited process would be whether it would be a minor amendment. And just like we're talking about and discussing, that's goes to part of the cost.
Right.
And if it doesn't qualify as one, as a minor amendment, you can't just go into it.
Right.
And at this point, like Mr. Cabrera responded, there is no funding.
Right.
There is no legal funding for this at this. Right.
Thank you. Okay,
Through the chair.
I
I
had a
have
motion
the,
on the table.
You want to restate it?
It was to send out an RFQ. And if Mary, you know what concerns me here is that we brought the culvert jobs in-house because it's supposed to be cheaper. We haven't looked at what the cost is contracting it out. So if we need to do an RFQ to just find out, not based on a specific project, but on, you know, what does this cost? A 72-inch pipe, 2x2 in the district with certain specs so that we know as a board and we've got that to rely on, then I'm fine with that.
Through the chair, in regards to your promotion, back to Jay Boyd, like dealing with construction, you just can't go out with an RFQ and get a price. You need drawings and everything else.
It's a
How much
request
is
for a
that?
quote, not a proposal.
Yeah, but you still need something. You need to show somebody what they're bidding. How much is that gonna cost us? To get all that together, to get a bid package together for an RFQ.
We would identify it for the particular site and you're asking me to do a price up front somewhere,
I'm not making you stick to it, just put.
probably somewhere around the $20,000 to $30,000 range to pull out proper bid documents, including preliminary plans. And the question that comes back to me is we're asking them to bid, but they're not actually going to build it. So I have to think about that when we would ask them for a general purpose price. I've never done that before, so I'm not sure how I would.
When you
put
go
that
for
out.
bid, it's not necessarily gonna get the job anyway.
But I have something that can get built.
Well, there's also piggyback contracts too.
Yes, and also piggybacks cover line items that can be identified. You can do that with a lot of different designs. I have never seen a piggyback for canal crossings.
Through the chair. Do we have one coming up, a big one?
nothing in-house. The last one that we have pricing from in Mr. Lester's email
It's 2021.
was 2021. That was $202,000 for 84-inch pipe, and that was over. No, that was a double barrel.
Double.
Yeah, and at that point, that was pre-COVID. It was $100,000 for the 84-inch.
Just for the pipe
Yeah,
itself.
our latest quote that we got back for with the same material, which would be the Duramax that we use. It is $102,000 for just the pipe alone. And that's 200 feet, so
Okay.
200-foot sections.
Mr. Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I know where Ms. Argue is trying to land. So let staff, Jay and I, go back and figure out a general, because we do 32, 48s, and then the larger ones like this. And maybe we can just look at that and compare. So
Okay.
talked about contracting for a while anyway, so.
Yep.
No problem. Yep.
Yes.
I guess, we're gonna go Scarlett.
And we'd be using our system for that, right? So it will go out to everybody.
Keith has the floor, please.
Are there any bonds or grants that we could go after to help with this?
We're looking into that already. So,
Thank you. I guess
yeah.
sounds like it needs to be done. The people definitely want it to be done. As the treasurer, the money is not free flowing for the rest of the district. So we need to be fiscally conservative at the same time as trying to help all of our residents out. So we need to think outside the box. You said it, you talked with like the county. We need help. Let's try to see what we can do. But
Through the chair. I'm not hopeful that we're gonna get help from the county. Okay,
Don't
it's
ask.
not
It's
happening.
not,
And furthermore, $300,000, 99 residents is a special assessment of $3,030 per
it's
landowner.
81 residents,
That's a
99 lots.
99 lots. So each 99 lot, it's $3,030 special assessment. So if that's what the residents wanted, we could do that. We could also look for grant funding. We can also lend it and have an agreement from the district. It's a modification of the unit of development. This is really not that difficult if that's what the
We've been
residents
talking about
want. Okay, but Elizabeth, you say we've been talking about it, but the board has not. And the community has not been a part of
Well,
that.
we need the answers before we can bring it to the community.
Okay, so
Board. Again, until we have the answer, I'm not gonna come up here and say, well, this may happen and that might be. And no, I want answers first. And educated conversation.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay. So we gotta get through public comment because it's already 8 o'clock.
Luckily, it's a light one.
Yeah.
So Leo Dune, just wanted to put up for agenda 10, didn't want to speak. Wanted to say, would like to speak to someone that's in charge of milling on
Mango.
43rd and Mango, so south of 42nd to Canal, Canal A. I don't know. So this person wants to speak to somebody about the mills. So-
Can you call him? Thank you. Yeah, give that to Mr. Hanson.
All right, and then this one
Okay.
just wants to be called before.
Okay, very good. Next up for public comment, Commissioner Dots. Are you still here?
Does she left?
No. All right.
We'll contact her. Ask her to invite her back.
Okay, moving on, presentation by Fire Rescue, District Chief Amanda Romero. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, hold on one second. Good evening, board residents. So I did a response time report starting back from the beginning of our fiscal year, which is October 1st, 2023 through the end of April, because we hadn't given a response time report in several months. Because with the staff, we were working on defining the boundaries and removing some boundaries and adding some boundaries and making it more accurate. So this response time report is from October 1st, 2023 through April 30th, 2024. And then from here on out, we'll go month to month like we've been doing. So for that time period, there was 1,862 calls. Do you want the pie one? Yeah. What? The one with the pie? The pie, probably, yeah, because the other one is just Okay. pages of numbers. The average dispatch handling time was 42 seconds. The average turnout time was 49 seconds. The average total response time was 6 minutes and 50, travel time was 6 minutes and 59 seconds. And for an average total overall response time of 8 minutes and 30 seconds. So from here on out, I'll go month to month like we've been doing. Does anybody have any questions?
No, thank you. And thank you for handling the redirection of traffic to Santa Rosa Groves as well for emergency response. I
Yes,
appreciate that.
no problem.
Handling.
You know,
it.
there's challenges out there regardless of whether you have one or two entrances. And so, and I understand the residents' concern and I understand the feeling of being on an island and
what are we going to do in case of emergency? But several examples have been brought up of years past and what we've done to try to make sure, and whether it's a regular check, and we did get the high water vehicle that's out there at Station 22. And, we are the fire department, we adapt and overcome, and that's what we will do ultimately.
Yes.
There was a brush fire out that way today. The engine company from 22 said, hey, this culvert's no longer operable. I said, yeah, we know. So our hope also is that you can come to an agreement and probably replace that culvert. It would be, I think, overall best for everybody. But again, that's up
Thank
to the
you.
board. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Through the chair. There was recently a fire in Santa Rosa Groves and you responded. Do you know which way they went to go there? Was it 60? In the response?
I'd have to look it up.
That was the one
And
that I asked you if it was going to your property.
what you said was at my address, which
Yeah,
is,
it
I
should
find
confirm
a little
that it was that her
interesting.
address.
Yeah, which I find a little interesting that a fire call was called into my address when there was no fire at my address.
Maybe that was the closest address to the
Right, because
incident,
it was a
there
vacant lot,
It
right?
was a burning stump.
Right. It was
just a
Guru's
single stump that
property.
was
He
smoldering.
burned it. Yeah, he burned his lot. Yeah.
That's right. You're correct.
Yeah.
Halfway down Antoinette.
Yeah.
Yes. And I don't know which way they actually took to get to it. I would have to look into that. And that's the crews that responded to that call.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have a PBSO update? Lieutenant Darla Sowers?
I believe Captain Turner's here.
Oh, Captain Turner. Oh, I didn't see you back there.
I don't have an update for you.
Okay.
Report's brief, but if you have any questions.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Like I said earlier, I want to commend the police department. People don't realize that there is an ordinance on the books that going too slow is just as much of a traffic hazard as going too fast. And your team pulled someone over on State Road 7 that was going inordinately slow, backing up traffic very far on State Road 7 going south. People were going around it illegally, but instead of the police pulling them over for crossing the double lines, they did pull the guy over that was going too slow. And I don't know what they did, whether they gave him a warning or not, but I think you guys should get a attaboy.
I'll let them know. Do you remember the bad thing?
Huh?
Do you remember the bad thing?
Not yet.
Well, that's good.
Run my
Yeah.
through the chair.
Mhm.
Are we seeing an increase in issues with the homes, the teenage homes?
Yeah, you actually have another teenage home that was just brought out here. So now you have 6. As far as crimes, no, there hasn't been an increase in crimes. We're seeing a lot of issues within the homes, battery on each other, other issues that we're having with parole violations and stuff. But as far as crimes in the area, hit or miss, they're breaking into cars here and there, usually within a 2-block radius of the houses. But no, we're not seeing any kind of drastic increase or decrease right now of crimes from those homes.
And that new home that you're talking about is south of the high school?
Yes.
Yeah, in my area.
Yes.
We have seen an increase over there.
Well, one of the other homes just moved. If you want, I can actually get you an updated, I don't know if I actually can do that. I'd have to check and see.
I know, we all talk, so we know.
Yeah, so there is one additional home that's been brought up here.
Do you have any follow-up from environmental crimes regarding the 2 most recent incidences in Santa
The
Rosa
dumping over
Groves?
by the dumpsters?
Yeah, the boxes that came from Westlake and then the bumper covers.
No, I could follow up with them and I'll
Okay.
get back to you.
Yeah,
I'll
especially,
send
I
some
mean,
of the purchases soon. So I know you had did at least 2 cases that we had with the tires on the one of them, and then the other one was a bunch of boxes with addresses on them.
right. And that was, the people in Westlake admitted that they had put it out on their curb and it ended up
Somehow by those
somehow in
dumpsters.
Santa Rosa Groves. But more importantly, the commercial dumping of I don't know, it was 4 pickup truck full of bumper fascias.
Yeah, car
with
parts.
VIN numbers on them.
Yeah.
So I know they're traceable.
And tires and some other items.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So
yeah, I
please,
know they're definitely
let's-
looking into that.
Yeah, I mean, if it, it's not often we have the opportunity. Some of the residents did put some cameras out there too, but we're not really capturing tags, unfortunately. But we are seeing the vehicles now that are dumping because their cameras, SWA's cameras haven't worked for a while.
Well, now that there's only one way in and out, is it too soon?
Yeah, too soon, but thank you.
We could
Appreciate
probably,
that.
we could probably set,
That's one of my benefits, and nobody cares. All
we
right.
could probably set up a
That's
camera
not full.
along that route that we could use that can identify tags and stuff of people coming in and out of the area. So, we'll find out what probably would be the best location to do that.
Thank
at,
you.
and we'll work
And
with
now I'm
you,
seeing
set
some
it up.
stuff dumped on Louise also. So that's new, something new. So, well, I shouldn't say it's new. It's happened before, but not recently. It hasn't happened. And I noticed on my way in that there was a bunch of pile of stuff. There's been some construction debris being dumped all down Carroll Street. Just to my south, when we did our cleanup, there was big piles of old sheetrock and tile and mirrors and broken glass, and obviously not coming from the nursery. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, not a problem.
Do you all, these homes, I know you can't tell us where they're located, but you all ever go there and brief the parents that they have responsibility to crimes?
There
like
there are no
dogs and all?
parents. They're run by DCF. There's caretakers put in the houses that oversee the children's activities. And there's certain rules that they have to follow and being able to take care of those children. But one of the issues they have is they can't put hands on, they can't stop kids. So if you have a kid in the house that's on probation or whatever else, and he runs away, they can't stop him from running away.
But they just call you that.
They call us right away. Believe it, we go through those houses several times a shift every day. Because we stop by, and part of our protocols for those homes is when we're not having other calls, we will just randomly stop by those homes and check on the kids to make sure that they're there. And make sure that they're not violating their probation on the kids that are on probation. Not all of them are. But we have a very good rapport with the homes themselves. We're very good rapport with DCF and ChildNet and all these other services that put these homes on, and Lutheran Services, which is now Vision Quest, or now they're back to Lutheran Services, who runs the home. So we have a lot of protocols in place where we go by. Anytime a kid runs away, we're automatically contacted. Anytime a kid comes back home, we're automatically contacted. We do random spot checks in the houses. There's a lot of things that happen in those homes that make it so these kids don't get out as often as they'd like to and break into the cars and stuff. And we do a lot of mitigation and keeping them in the homes as much as we can and on top of their activities as much as we can.
Thank you.
Carrie, I see Mr. Mitchell has his hand raised online. And I know Mr. Mitchell's been also working a little bit with you guys on this, so this might be what it's related to. Mr. Mitchell, can you hear us? You're muted. Eric?
I mean.
Scarlett, I see you have your hand raised. I don't see Eric's anymore. Now I see yours. Eric, did we lose you? I guess we lost him. I don't see him anymore, so.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
I'll speak with him, and if it's something new or concerning,
reach out.
I'll reach out to you.
All right,
Thank
thank
you
you.
very much. Okay, wonderful. Do we want to move on to the agenda? Does anybody need a break? Good?
If we could take a break, good.
5 minutes? Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
about $231,000. For the Unit 20 Capital Project Fund, it's going to decrease, it's going to be a decrease of about $230,000. Please note, capital project funds, there's no assessments involved in it. Overall, the total operating budget for the Indian Trail Improvement District for the fiscal year 2025, it's $25,726,756. What equates, it's most of the units, they're not going to see an increase or decrease in their assessments. And some other units is going to, most of them, they're going to see a decrease, except the unit M1S, which is Bay Hill. They're going to see an increase per acre of about $122. This is because there's some capital improvement needs that there are included in the capital budget. Staff recommendation, approved and adopt the fiscal year 2025 budget at the non-ad valorem assessment role. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 2024-003, adopting the district budget and non-ad valorem assessment role, the levying of the non-ad valorem assessments for the district, and appointing an authorized representative of the district for certification of the district's non-ad valorem assessment role.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
I have a question. How much money is in the parks budget for special events?
How much did you, what's in the line item for that?
You don't have a line item, because there's an item included in the agenda that has funds for 2 different events. So how are we paying for that?
Well, I believe those are funded through.
There's the sponsors and the items like that basically will offset those costs.
Items like what? I'm sorry.
Those funds are basically coming from the vendors and the sponsors that sign up for those.
All right. Do we have a summary of costs of the parade last year, the Christmas event?
I do have all that. I can present it.
How much was it? Do you remember?
We end up collecting somewhere around 10,000 between it all. And unfortunately, because of the weather, we had to cancel it and pretty much refund everybody their money back.
And then when you're factoring in those costs, you have all the staff that you have there as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. One other question.
I just want to be clear. So the sponsors don't necessarily pay for the staff salaries. The staff salaries are already part of the budget, part of the overall parks budget.
Okay, so when we're hosting event, we're not accounting for the amount of staff that we're assigning to the event?
No.
Like hot potato.
No, it's part of the department that we budget for the salaries, for the staff. But we don't budget for specific events.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to clarify it.
So unlike projects where we look at what our actual costs are with equipment and employees, we don't do that with parks.
With the 2 events that we do, it's built in to the budget for the salaries. So we do not exceed what the overtime or the budgeted personnel amount is.
Okay. And in approving the budget, I see that there was a change in the salary chart. Is that part of what we're approving tonight?
Yes.
And are we also approving, because that's not part of the motion, is it? Is that part of your motion? And are we also approving the 5% merit increase across the board?
It's
think
up to 5%.
Yeah, that was an up to.
So we're
And the salary ranges
presented.
do increase for some of the positions, but they've been maxed out. Yes, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to automatically get a 5% increase. It's still based on merit.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to point out that this motion does not approve, in my opinion, all those other things. And historically, those are separate items that are brought to the board and addressed by the board.
Through the chair,
So,
we bring the org chart and the salary range and the job description back in September anyways, too.
okay, but I just asked the question, is it included in what we're adopting tonight? Because
It is included because it's part of the budget recommendation, but what Ms. Heiser is saying is that in September, we bring back the org chart and the salary
we're not
ranges.
specifically approving those details right
No,
now.
but you're approving them as part of the budget,
As part of the
so
budget, but we
when
can still
you,
change it.
yes,
Okay, all right.
because we're talking specifically on the budget.
Okay.
Okay, so, and we have no public comment on this, so, so I call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, aye. Keith, did you? Aye.
I'd like to go down.
So is that a yes or a no?
That's a yes.
It's a yes, okay. See that it passes 5-0. Okay, item 8.2 on the agenda, consider the adoption of resolution number 2024-004, designating unit of development number 23. Mr. Hanson?
Yep, just give me 1 second. please.
Absolutely.
All right, let me just do it without. Well, he said, this is commonly known as Rawlings Estate. They have come forward asking to be activated, so this would set it in motion to allow us to begin the final developers agreement, which would have to come back to the board, as well as activation and any water control plan for that particular unit. So this will allow us to capture money so we can work on the developers agreement. And the developers agreement in a totality or in a higher level view of it is basically, what's the conditions that the district wants to put on it from an engineering standpoint, dealing with 180th or other roadways with drainage discharge. And then, of course, any input from the applicant or from individual board members. And I know Ms. Vitor probably has more.
Well, I was just going to expand on this. This is the first step in designating the unit of development. So with this approval, it will come back to the board as a public hearing to see if there's any objections to the designation of unit number 23. And during the interim, we are also planning on working with the landowners to finalize those agreements for the arrangements for the landowner. So it will come back to you all probably the next board meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Burgess, and these, their site plan is keeping with the same as the rest of Indian Trail as far as the acre and a half, acre and a quarter designation.
Yeah, I believe it's a 1 acre, not an acre and a quarter. But yes, and that would be part of what needs to be in the developers agreement from prior board meetings is that they have to put something, and I believe it came up about a deed restriction. And I believe they also brought that up when they went before the county as well. So they couldn't bring this in and then say, oh, we're gonna do 2 units per acre or something like that.
And I noticed on the site plan too, they took into account having a lot of storage for water capacity for runoff, right?
Yeah, internal, yes. But they'll still have some fleet that still needs some level of discharge, but maybe not. That's gonna be up to the engineer to decide that.
Thank you.
Through the chair, just from a historical perspective, can we please add to the agenda item as well as the resolution, number 23, Rawlings Estate in quote, so that, because in the past, we refer to different units like Santa Rosa Groves or whatever. It's just something that carries with it, and people know them down the road when they hear Rawlings. So that's the property, unit 23. Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me, just to follow up on that, wasn't there a possibility of having a different name associated with that? That was my.
Well, I think she's talking about where we have it on, just on
Oh,
the
we're
agenda,
going
not
through
on
this
any
process.
formal document.
Well, even on the resolution, just because when you search records and you go, you know, you're not, if you're searching, this is not gonna come up. If you type in Rawlings.
Yeah, so if they do
So-
change the name, what we would do is just put AKA
Right.
Rollins.
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion by
second.
Supervisor Giordano, seconded by Supervisor Argue. And we have no public comment cards on this item, so let's call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Aye, passes 5-0. Okay. All right, we have cards on that. side. Okay, very good, thank you. Item 8.3, consider a special driveway connection permit policy for properties along the west side of 100 North from 60th Street up to 10th Street Boulevard that are within the district's legislative boundaries. Mr. Hanson?
Mr. Boyd.
Mr. Foy?
Yes, would you just pull up Scarlett, pull up the exhibits?
Which one did you want to start with?
I can't remember the order they're in.
There's a draft clean, there's a,
The clean is the final product. It won't give the board any details as to what the specific changes are, so skip that one.
there's a APPDW draft markup,
Do that one.
that one first.
And I think there's one more.
Yeah, there's a template DW.
Right.
So hold on, let me share real quick.
There we go. As we discussed last board meeting and you gave input as to how to write this up, we decided that the best approach, we being staff and the attorneys, to use a special permit format. So I took one of the 3 special permits, this one happened to be the right-of-way permit, and changed it into this driveway permit. At the top of the form, you'll see the red cross through is what was deleted. So it's now referred to as a driveway permit instead of a drainage right-of-way permit. First item says it must be located west of and adjacent to 180th, north of the M Canal and south of Frontier Elementary. So it's a very, very specific, limited special permit right up. There are 7 properties on the west side between the M Canal and the Frontier Elementary School. It says it has to be an El Rancho. It must be single family use. We are not addressing a different type of land use at the current time. This is limited just to the single family. And it says that no pass-through drives would be allowed. In other words, they couldn't have a drive that would allow traffic from other areas out west to come through. That's not the purpose of this. It's a very limited permit to allow only a driveway connection if they apply to enter onto 180th. This issue came up, as you well know, because the R3 plan has improvements on 180th, but we found there were existing driveways which never got a driveway permit, and they're outside of an active area. They are in the legislative boundary. The rest of this page, just corrections to make this permit work. The next page just deletes more things that were not applicable. This is where the real details are that we had talked about before. The special permit requires a $500 fee as an application. That, remember, this is a special permit, not a driveway permit. A driveway permit for a residence already here is much more simple. This is a special permit where the $500 administrative fee is applicable. A $2,000 fee for legal and engineering expenses for review, refundable if it's not used, all of it is applicable. We have a driveway connection policy that says if you are trying to connect from outside of the district, it's $1,000 per acre. Now, you recall these lots are typically 6 of them are 5 acres, and I think the south one's 6. So the connection fee would be $5,000 or $6,000, a one-time fee. That's already on the books that way, but it's included in this special permit. A check annual administrative fee, which changes every year. Well, it doesn't necessarily change every year. It's $130 right now for Unit 4. That's the annual assessment for administration. The The roadway fee for unit 4 is currently 523. That would also be due per acre. The R3 bond, they would be tying into an R3 road. So that is currently $51 per acre. That'll probably stay the same until the assessment, the bond is paid off. Check for installation of a driveway apron. Currently, the contractor that's doing the job has estimated that, given us a price of $9,700 and some odd cents and dollars and cents. If that application were to come in and were approved, they could have our contractor, if they pay us, do that work for $9,711.29. What other fees? Usually,
Chair. Jay, on this permit, you've got the $1,000 connection fee, but on the background, it's not listed on there. So I just want to note that it's not on that list.
on the background, I didn't call out that as an additional item.
No, you've got 2,000. Yeah, it's missing.
No, I apologize. All right, it was, the fee is $2,000. I think if it's more than 1 unit per acre, but these are not that. So it was $1,000. I go to the next page. Oops, what was the top of the page red there? And that was all cross out, not applicable stuff, or that was a different type permit. Keep going. Approval phase. This is a change because if a driveway permit comes in currently, it's usually done by staff. We felt it was appropriate to have the executive director do it because you don't want to have to, especially for this project, because if they came in and had to come back to the board, by the time they got approved, the contractor would be done. So they would have to hire their own contractor anyway. So it's appropriate to have your executive director approve those permits. We believe you don't have to do that. You could even have staff do it if you want. That's the current way, but the way it's built into this write-up is the executive director approves it. And the director of operations and maintenance are the typical people who look at the construction, the engineer for a driveway. So that was changed as well, rather than having the engineer go out and look at a driveway. Doesn't mean that I couldn't come out, but the specific responsibility is assigned elsewhere. Go down. I think. Now that was I think that's about the end of that one, isn't it, Scarlett? Yeah. Yeah, that was a repeating one I said earlier. And mostly we're eliminating things. Go to the next. Yes, go to the next. In order to issue a special permit, you have to have a form to issue that special permit. So this is something you hadn't seen, you didn't see last month, but it's the standard special permit that is in front of you every month and the president signs. So I've added the name special permit. I mean, not driveway to special permit. And there's really nothing new in here. Go down and look at just scroll down until we hit another purple. That's the executive director. The change here is the construction will begin within 1 year. And I was struggling on that one. I'm not sure we should give them a year, but a normal special permit's 2 years. It certainly shouldn't be more than a year for starting the construction of a driveway. And the extension I put down is 90 days rather than 2 years. And that would be granted by the executive director. You certainly don't want to expect a driveway permit to take a year and 30 days. That's ridiculous.
How would that delay the work of the contractor?
No, it would, and they would not be able to use our contractor if they go beyond the time. They would have to find their own contractor and build it themselves. So the $9,700 is only if they use our contractor while the project is being built. Otherwise, they fund it. We have to get that money in order to pay our contractor to do the work.
Right.
We cannot fund that. So the application has to come in, approved by the executive director with the money, and then we could fund it. If the contractor's gone, it's too late.
Right.
Through the chair.
Well, Patty.
So
you're saying, I think it's $9,711.29 for this contractor. How long is that fee good for? Like, is that,
Well,
yeah, but $9,700, I mean, is that gonna, how often is that gonna change? Should that be something more on
That,
like, a contractor rate or like?
it's based, sorry, Jay, through the chair. So it's based solely on the work that's going on right now. Once our contractor leaves that area, that goes away and they will have to pay if it's $11,000 or whatever.
Something in there that says foregoing contractor rate, I think something needs to be put in there,
Yeah,
because otherwise they're gonna be like,
This
no, it's
specific-
97,1129.
Well,
That's
yeah.
that.
I think
It's this specific project that it's intended for, and the language isn't clear on that, because it says ITID, current
we can make
ITID
that.
contractor
Yep.
can mean anything,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Maybe
revise that.
we have
Yeah.
a project number for it, so maybe we can put the project number in there.
Yeah.
Or the
That's
R3,
good catch.
right?
Yeah. So we can do it.
And in addition to that, under the permit, the fee schedule again is not consistent with what's in the application. So if we can just make sure that all of those items are in there. because
Match
it's
those
not-
up.
Okay.
It's not matched up.
okay. We have, let's see, where are we? Do we have a motion to approve the driveway?
Is this 8.3? Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll make a motion with those changes that were mentioned.
Okay.
You want me to read the whole thing?
Please.
Motion to approve the driveway special permit application and permit template for single-family residential properties on the west side of 180th Avenue North, north of the M Canal and south of Frontier Elementary School, including fees and assessments, noting no through driveways are allowed, and authorize the executive director to sign these driveway special permits to include. Mary, do I need to include those changes that we asked for?
Well, for the changes as discussed.
And to include the changes that were discussed.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay. So, right, and we do have public comment on this, so if you would read the card, please.
Public comment first will be Natalie Hinesborough.
Sure.
Why not? John Larson.
Hello. So the proposed amount, which basically adds up to about $21,000 up front, and then another $3,500 annually, is pretty unacceptable. If you multiply that by all of the properties that are affected, we basically are funding the entire project off of this stretch of the road. It also, I don't see that Indian Trails has the legislative authority to block access to roads or construct barriers in statute. Senate Bill 2564 defines the authorities of Indian Trails, and the law seems clear that the district only has the power and authority given by statute and nothing more. Any doubt in that regard should be resolved against the district. The statute governing special district does not confer general authority to construct or maintain roads. It doesn't state that Indian Trails has the authority to collect money from, issue permits, or block access to non-residents. The statutory language strongly suggests that the district's jurisdiction over roads only extends to that which is necessary for the accomplishments of its water control function. There is case law supporting our position in this. In the case of Roach versus Loxahatchee Groves, it discusses that a special district cannot discriminate against non-residents concerning the public resource under its control. The AG opinion concluded that a special district with authority to pave and maintain roads does not have the regular authority over those roads. It appears that county or state or federal government for federal and state roads, but only the county or the state has the authority over those roads with police power, barriers, stoplights, that kind of thing. It means that this district probably does not have the legal authority to control traffic or erect barricades or other traffic control devices. The reason I bring this up is because it was brought to my understanding that if we don't apply for the special permit and get accepted, you will construct barricades across all of our fence lines. None of us had asked for this project to get conducted. None of us had asked for this road to get passed through. And it's of no benefit to us. So to ask us for $21,000 upfront to maintain access to a public road that has been there for over 20 years. It's completely unacceptable.
How do y'all get in and out currently?
Off of 180th.
So you're using our roads to come in and out. I mean, it is Indian Trails Road and we're just paying a lot of money on the R3 to improve it for you. I'm like on the fence here. I think that's a lot of money to ask you, but I don't think it's unfair. And I think we do have the legal rights to access you for a special permit, but I think you're right about 21,000 seems a lot. I don't know.
Through the chair. Do any of these properties have, first of all, a permit to connect to the district works? Because we do have the authority. It is a district work. And in order to connect to a district work, you have to have a permit. So do they have a permit?
This is what we're talking about. They do not.
They do not have a
presently-
permit.
It's my
Do they have
understanding do
any
not.
easement rights to 180th?
I'm not aware.
We are not. Are you aware of any easement rights that you have?
I'm
to
aware
180th?
that there was a permit when the driveway was built. So all these driveways.
There
and all
was a
this is
permit from
Yes.
who?
Indian Trails.
Indian Trail gave you a permit.
Not me, because this was done before I bought the property, and it seems like that's the case for all of us here, where this access and these driveways were put in before many of us had, like, these properties have been sold since these driveways were put in. But there was a special permit, and that special permit was not $1,000 per acre. My understanding is it was like $50 or $75 a year.
Do you know when those were issued? Do we
They,
have that
they were
information?
issued, yes, and they were issued in 2007 for 1 year. They were never reapplied for. It was landowners, what do you call it, responsibility to do it, not the district.
So you had a 1-year permit that was never renewed. You weren't aware that it was only a 1-year permit? Is
I
that what you're
bought,
saying?
like, in my case, I brought the property in 2016.
Okay,
so-
so you had an expired permit by that point.
That
then?
never came up on any inspection or anything else like that when the property was bought. There was no. That under any title search, or
Unless
anything,
there
there was
was some-
nothing like an open permit or anything like that to make me aware that there was.
So you
something to
didn't
be
know that you
renewed.
weren't a part of Indian Trail, you're not paying taxes to Indian Trail, but you have a driveway on an Indian Trail road. That never,
So I didn't know it was an Indian Trail Road. Because when I bought my property, I knew it was in Loxahatchee,
it was already there.
it was already there, right? And I just didn't question it because it was. Everything looked legit from all the research and due diligence we did when we bought the property.
Through the chair. I believe Ms. Viator, Mr. Palin can explain this. Their actual access out of their property is through El Rancho road system,
Right.
not through the Indian
That's
Trail.
what I
Improvement
understood. There's
District.
actually easements as part of El Rancho for access to the property, not,
There's alternative access, legal access.
it was planned access, right?
Yes.
So just like Santa Rosa Groves has roads, right? That's what was planned. And that's what was planned for them,
Yeah.
but they're not using it. Okay,
Through the chair, if I would, there, the south property, which I don't know how much you remember with
I
it,
just-
it was created by the lawsuit between the landowners in West Palm Beach and M Canal. That property is
So
not
what-
included in the El Rancho plat, which does have the legal access to the
that's the
west.
former canal.
180.
right?
The one property on the south adjacent to the M Canal does not currently have legal access
However-
out through El Rancho.
However, that person does own the adjacent north property, so technically that property owner has access through there via that property.
But that would just make it to where he can never sell one of his lots. Because now, if he decided to sell that one lot that does have access, the other lot is still hosed.
Well.
Did we
if-
find
unless-
out-
Well, that's not the case because if they apply for this special permit, then they do have access. Part of the reason, just quickly for Mr. Giordano, part of the reason why it's so expensive or more expensive than what you normally see is they have to pay for all the past improvements, things of that nature. So that's why that number is a little bit larger than normal.
Did we ever
And-
find out
and
if
that
the
is
lot
set
was
by
joined?
precedent that we have done that on other things and I believe you cut it by what? When you looked at the canals, you did a 50%. Yeah,
The assessment, the original assessment was the total value of the asset depreciated by 50%. So if it was worth $100, then we would say the asset was worth $50, and if you had 50 landowners, each one was responsible for $1, not $2. That's the way the original calculation was done.
But if you're factoring in like
we
improvements
don't-
to canals.
I will respond to the board, sir. I won't respond to you. I'm sorry.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
So my understanding is that when we say pass road, this is not just this project that they're paying for. The only portion that is this project that they're paying for is the $9,700, because if we were to construct it for them,
mhm,
the rest of the fees are the initial administrative fee,
Yeah.
the annual fees,
correct.
right? Okay, so
Because
and it's the benefit that they're deriving by connecting to all of our roads, not just one road, right?
yes, exactly.
And they have
So
not
the-
paid any
the-
assessments whatsoever.
I'm sorry.
They haven't paid for any assessment.
And the original permit, did it require assessments be paid? Do we know?
Probably, I can't,
But it was a fee, an annual fee.
oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just curious, would it be cheaper for those residents to actually become a part of ITID? Like if they were paying the same as the unit, those unit residents were paying, how much would it be for them?
Well,
I'm just curious about that.
yeah,
I mean, maybe you don't have an answer. but
well,
it's-
we sort
hard
of
to
do,
put
they,
them into
because it would
unit
be
four.
similar to what the unit for
Unit
roadway
four.
cost is, because there would be no drainage and they
Right.
pay administrative, but they're not paying into the recreation component. Even though
Right.
they may be using, Temple or another park. So that's why we did that. The other reason why we did not look at activating them either on their own or even with unit 4 would be the timeline for it, especially some of these properties, because we're trying to be economical for them to try to do it while we had a contractor on site.
So you're saying the 523 per acre is similar to what the residents in
That-
unit 4
that
are
is
paying just for
exactly
road
what they're
maintenance?
paying.
Just for unit 4,
Yes.
and then
It's
they're
not
paying
drainage or anything.
51 per acre for R3.
Yep.
So it is comparable.
Yep.
Except they'd be paying more because of administrative.
Well, they'd be
Behind
paying the administrative, but they also be paying what Mr. Floyd brought up about the depreciation of the asset, because they still have to pay, just like everyone else who's in unit 4, paid over time for those roads to be improved.
Okay.
Through the chair. Is there a compromise here that they don't, I mean,
Okay, there, you cannot call, well, I'll let legal address that, but you. can
I understand,
call my-
I understand
on
what
that.
you're saying, and I understand the
because-
gentleman, it's like
because the
21,000 all of a sudden.
To give you an idea, if you lived on the east side of 180th and you've been paying this for years, and then somebody across the street has just connected for $500 and that's it, it's not
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, that's the basic concept, that it's you're paying for the pro rata initial cost of what the construction was, and then assuming the maintenance.
And that's
Does
really
he
what the
have-
basis of a special district is. If you want to receive benefits, you pay for the benefits. If you don't pay for it, you don't get the benefit.
And if they don't want to pay for it, then they don't have to have access onto that road.
And this judgment supports our position.
Do they have recourse to the people that sold the property without telling them this?
That's for them
That's-
to determine.
they have to.
That's not for us.
And if it's changed hands more than once, they didn't know.
But whose job is it to know?
Right. It seems like attorney that did the title search should have had something to do with
I
that.
don't think that permit would be recorded with the deed.
It was they were not recorded,
So they would never.
and they're
know.
1 year, I believe they're 1 year permits, ones that we saw initially.
But we also. We knew, did we know, or we didn't know about some of these driveways, right? We only knew about one or two of them. Was that right? Okay.
So I mean, is there any way for them to do a bond like we did with Santa Rosa Groves, so they don't have to pay 21,000 all up front?
They do a bond and.
Well, you'd have to go
You'd
through
have
the
to-
whole
right.
process. And like Mr. Burgess was talking about, we were trying to expedite this so they would get the benefit of having that contractor out there so they could do that connection for them.
I'm sorry, through the chair, what's the typical cost for what our contractor's doing 97? What's the typical cost on something like that? Is it? Because we're offering the 9,700 because it's cheaper,
That's our.
because our contractor's there, right? What's the typical cost for something like this? Like, how much money are they saving by doing it now?
They're not.
It's so
Uh,
insane.
If they were doing multiple, Captech put out a memo on this today or yesterday, that recently, the price for the driveway is a little high, quite frankly. But if they want to get it done now, and if they want it done by the contractor that's on site, the fee will be 97. That item is on your agenda later. It is not up to us to have an individual apply for a driveway and get their own contractor's price. We can only offer them our current contractor. We felt, and by we and Captech, myself, Rob, and I'm sure Mr. Hanson, felt that the 97 was a little high, especially if you were going to do all 7 for one connection. It's a little more reasonable because you're mobilizing for one
Right.
driveway.
So would the recommendation be that these owners would get their own contractor and not use ours? Maybe save some change there?
They certainly have that option. Our option is only open though to them until our contractor's off site, which should be within 6 months, maybe less, but 6 months.
At least they have a timeline of 6 months to figure out.
Through the chair, the reason why we're doing this is because there's also some concern about damage to the work of the contractor. And if we wait and they,
cost us.
yeah, then it could,
Gotcha.
have
Chair.
an impact on any future.
Can I call for a quick break so I can talk to the attorney and Burgess, please?
Just let me
I-
take 1 second. How long of a driveway we're talking about for $9,700?
That's just the apron.
It's just
Was
the
the
apron.
The apron into.
That's what it's saying.
That's. Yeah, I just got a quote on my driveway for like 12,000 for 5,500 square feet.
This wasn't that large, the apron.
Yeah.
This is the apron.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, like excessive.
We talk-
And then, another question I have.
I think we're
That-
recessed.
Can we just have a minute?
I think we're recessed for a minute.
And I'm not sure if your time was up, but.
He has
I
14
have-
seconds. You're gonna
I
get a
think
lot.
we ought to give more interrupt them.
Yeah, well, we paused it.
Right.
So think really quick what you want to Where are we picking up at?
Did he have time left?
Yeah,
He has
so you still have
14.
14 seconds if you like to speak.
Sure. So basically, it sounds like Indian Trails dropped the ball back in 2007 with the initial permit and not recording it anywhere for future property owners to find it. And now we're being reassessed at a current rate that is way too high. One thing that might be amenable is just assessing us at that rate, and we'll pay back all the years of permits that weren't paid by the original owners and by us not knowing about it. But $1,000 an acre was not what they were assessed at. It was like $50 or $75 a year for access. That and maybe the driveway permit. Or the driveway apron, I mean.
Not for nothing, we weren't paying $1,000 an acre back then either, but all of our costs have gone up. All the residents in Indian Trail are paying more than they were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, because the cost of maintenance has gone up. So.
Can I make the suggestion that this gentleman get with Burgess and legal and come up with something?
We're not gonna change. This is our recommendation. They don't have to go through with it if they do not want to. And we're not even sure, looking back on the permit that may have been given, if it was even given legally, because it was given by an administrator, and usually special permits are given by a board.
So what you're saying is, this is it, or they don't use the road?
From staff's perspective, that is the.
So how do they get out from now on?
They have to go on their legally accessible entrance, which is to the west, with easements within the El Rancho.
So there is a way out, but just
Yeah.
not through 180.
Yes.
Got it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Again, Mr. Giordano, we have went over this for at least a month, hours, looking at this, trying to.
That's why I
make sure-
deferred to you. I mean,
Yes,
you're the expert.
unless legal or engineering has a different opinion, that's what staff recommendation is.
And just for this, for your action tonight, this is the permit process. I mean, if they don't want to apply for it, they do not have to make themselves available.
Augustine Day. Sorry if I. Augustin? Is he talking? Or is he?
I'm sorry, I said.
Okay, so you're
That's okay.
Natalie.
Yes, yes.
So Augustin is not talking?
He was gonna talk after me, I believe.
Okay.
I just had a question because none of these people knew about this, having to pay for an easement every year. And so now they're getting hit with all these years or saying they have to pay for it. And at a much extended rate, which obviously he said he wouldn't go through. And I wasn't here when everybody voted on putting that road there as a paved road. I mean, in my eyes, you're doing it so GL Homes can sell their homes easier and their school children can get to the schools a whole lot better and not deal with all that traffic. And so why did you decide to pave the road? Is my question. I mean,
So.
and you're putting a road in that used to be there that they took away for a reason, which I'm not gonna say. That's that was my question to the board.
So the district went through an R3 road planning process. And that is what that road, all of those roads are being paved under. If you were a district tax-paying resident, you would have been part of that whole process. The whole process of public
The
meetings.
public putting the
input.
road in.
Right. But because your unit is not an active ITID unit, you would not have had any say in that.
Right.
You also are not paying for it and
Right.
have never paid for it.
Right.
So in essence, for however long you residents have had the access, you've had the access and you've enjoyed that access without paying for it. But you also have an alternative access out of your property.
Okay, there's
The
not-
legal access is actually, and I wish we could put that, can we put up that map? Showing that, you have that?
Johnson.
Because there is a
But-
legal access for you all.
Mr.
The clock will
Augustine
go
is
away.
talking after me, speaking after me. He doesn't have that access. His property was sold by West Palm Beach. He bought it with the driveway.
That is the one exception.
Yes, already there. Nobody told him any of this. It wasn't on any paperwork. There was no notice, there was nothing, you know, so there's water surrounding the whole, you know. So otherwise, you're saying you either do this or you can't get to your home,
Well, you
which
can't
makes
get-
that land worthless.
Well, you can get to your home. There's legal access to your home through 181st Terrace, is it? And 63rd. Can you zoom up and over a little bit? Oh, out.
Yeah.
Out, yeah. So it looks like all of those properties have access to 61st and 181st Terrace on the east.
Not
And those-
the,
They go,
that
have to
is
go
where
out
the-
through Tall Pines.
Right, that's the legal
That's
access.
the only access they have.
Well, actually, Tall Pines, it's not Tall Pines because their
It goes
entrance.
through, right, but they come out the same place.
Right.
As Tall Pines does,
Right,
They're-
right there.
right
when you
at
go
Robert
around,
Turnaround,
right.
correct.
That corner, the corner lot where the curve is, there's no access there.
That is an exception, that the
That-
attorney said that
that's
one's
an
an exception.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But you're talking about your property.
No, that's his property. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just speaking because it's easier for me to, yeah, yeah.
One
I
s-
just
one
want to
second.
ask a quick question. I mean, I'm always trying to get compromises for people.
Mhm.
We're talking about 5 lots, right?
Seven.
That are approximately 5 acres each.
Mhm.
If they do their own
Drive.
gravel road
Mhm.
through their properties to one house and let one house has access on the 180th, can they do that?
What the special permit is very specific. It's one driveway permit for that residential property.
That's right. you
And
did
and
say
that is very specific for multiple reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The exception is the long skinny property, that's the former Ganal, right?
Now, if he applies for this permit, for the access, there's no guarantee that you'll approve it. Correct?
I think part of
There
this
wouldn't
policy,
be any reason not to.
the executive director would be approving.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we have
And I'm gonna do a-
Augustin Pirosti.
Through the chair, do we know, are all of these properties being used as single family and not for?
And that's
No,
why we were
not
very
right.
specific about. has to have
Having
a single
single
family
family
Nursery,
residential on it.
we got a nursery up in North.
But they can do the bond, but it's gonna take them time to do that.
Wait, there's a
Correct.
What's that?
If they do a bond.
That's
Look,
bad
no.
though.
They can do a loan, but we cannot bond. We can only bond for activated units and there's a.
So there is a circumstance that,
But they can band together and get.
There's so much talking.
through the chair, so I just want to say there is a circumstance where the executive director, and we probably should have it in the policy, could deny it. Specifically, I think we need to spell it out, that if it's not single family.
Well, it does say single family specifically.
Okay, but
Right.
if it's being used for, commercial, non-residential purposes.
Right, that's why it would not be, right,
It's why.
Okay.
the
Right.
language is
All right.
very much
Yeah.
the way it is.
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry about that.
Carmen,
Good
do you have
evening.
your timer? Hold on.
Yeah.
So-
turning off.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to come up because, so we've been using one
Name and
eighty.
address, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Name and address.
Cindy Urioste,
Okay.
6021 180th Avenue North. So we've always came in through 180th. We've never had any other access. On the west side is the M Canal.
And then behind us is another canal. And on the side of us is an acre lot and then another acre lot. So there's no way of us entering any other way. 181st Street does not reach our property. It ends right before.
Right.
So there is no other entrance. And if there were permits, then we should have been aware. And I'm not sure why, like, ITID is not, I don't. 180th is, I believe, a public road because all of the residents in that area share it. But then now you guys are adding, you know, the other road. So now residents from Westlake and everything will be able to take that road. And now we're going to have more traffic in our area. And frankly, that's not fair, especially if we're going to take away our driveway. And we're going to have more people driving through our backyard. I don't think that's fair. And I don't think it's fair that we're going to have to be paying over $20,000 for this. Unfair.
And you said your mailing address is 180th?
Yes, exactly. 180th Avenue North. And I guess. I don't know. So yeah, but we also owned a lot next to it, the 5-acre lot. So I understand if you don't want to.
Are those two lots joined? Or are they individual lots?
Individual, yep. So, I guess.
And that lot doesn't reach 181st either?
I believe it does. I believe it does, but it may not.
I can't, it's too small on the screen. I can't see it right now.
Madam Chair, the easement reaches that lot on the north side of it. It does not go through that lot. So the south lot is the only one that doesn't have an,
And that's there.
that was an unrecorded plat, but you'd look at the warranty deeds and see the easements granted.
So it really is the responsibility of the landowner to improve their own property, their own driveway. If the easement exists there, if you know, you have an easement, you want a driveway, you build your driveway.
But this property doesn't have any.
The south one
So,
does
you know,
not have.
we already established, that's an exception.
And I think, is this property the exception?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they also own the one to the north.
The
But
one to
there's
the
not-
north
there's
is
no
in the sub.
residential property on that one to the north. It's just the one.
The lot, the gentlelady owns 2 lots.
Mhm.
The one we're saying, the north lot, is part of the subdivision that has access to the west, legal access. This particular parcel, the southernmost lot, was never part of the subdivision. It was created artificially by the city of West Palm Beach when they redid the boundaries of the M Canal 10 or 15 years ago, and this parcel was left out. And actually a former employee of Indian Trail discovered that and purchased the property. So it came from nowhere. It was basically West Palm Beach M Canal property. Now it's a residential parcel. So it has a unique status. So their actual only legal way to get out would be on 180. If they have to have access, their only way of, it's separating the two, right? The lot to the north has access out in part of the subdivision. This particular parcel does not have access out to the north because it never was part of that subdivision.
And they're not part of El Rancho.
No, they're not. part of
Technically.
Orange.
They're an island of their own.
This particular lot is not. It's just something that
And we
West
would
Palm
have
Beach
to-
created and apparently sold
Right.
and made a little money on it.
And we would have to change the water control plan to add them to unit 4.
And that, I believe, is quite a few people.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Is it for cards? Okay. All right, well.
Right. Through the chair.
Mhm.
We're gonna make a motion for something that nobody wants.
They don't want to connect, if they want to connect to 180th, They want it if there's alternative access.
So in other words, we're making it available to them if they want it. We're not forcing.
It's an option that if they want to use it, that's what it's gonna cost to use.
So is the island property being dealt with separately because it doesn't have legal access elsewhere?
Well, that one is unique. That's really the one that really needs to have the permit.
Okay. Alrighty.
So,
Motion was made, so
yeah. But I'd like to, we talked about looking into adding them into unit 4 and what the cost difference would be. Do we have those figures yet?
Well, I mean, I
Issue
believe
with
that
timing
it was, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the main issue with it, the cost really would not change whether or not they would be active.
It would still be.
They would just, it would make it easier for us because they would just automatically get it on their tax bill
Right,
instead of
but-
getting invoiced each
Right.
year. But the cost to connect, it would still be the same
Right.
because they haven't paid into the unit.
And this this permit is a lifetime permit that they don't have to worry about renewing.
As long as they pay the annual, whatever that
Right,
annual assessment is. which
obviously.
Can go up or down depending on what happens
Right.
within unit 4, the R3, or any
Right.
future consolidation of units.
Right, and then this will be invoiced as opposed to,
Yeah, we do not have
assessed.
the authority to place it on the tax.
Right.
But
And then-
we do,
one second.
I want to be clear.
yeah,
We
this
do
way I
have
wanna,
the authority, if they do not pay that invoice within a time period, to actually block that driveway then.
the
to block
permit.
that
So
access.
if, let's say somebody gets a permit, I just want to make this clear for everybody. So if somebody gets a permit now and they sell their property and they're not advised, the new owner, and they don't get the permit, they're getting blocked off, or they would have to
Well,
apply.
we would send whoever is
notice.
the current property owner, the invoice for that.
And the
I have
permit
questions
would be
regarding
recorded. The permits to be.
Our
recorded.
permit that we're going to issue is going to be recorded. So when they do the title search,
Exactly.
this time they can find it
Yes.
because it's not being done administratively. Thank you.
Well, not being done as part of just like the process for the budget process and assessing,
Right.
non-ad valorem assessment.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I did come up with.
Yeah.
So my question on this is, how are we gonna keep track of this to make sure what happened in 2007 isn't a repeat? Is this just gonna be something, what are we gonna do to ensure that it doesn't get
We'll
forgotten?
create an internal process, and I'm sure as time goes on, there may be other types of processes that are developed or created. So it would just be part of that.
Okay, so that's something we're gonna need to look into
Yeah.
sooner than later.
We actually already do that now with this settlement or the issue with 162nd. So we make sure we charge them. every
Okay,
year.
so this is just something else that's gonna have to go into, okay. I just want to make sure that doesn't get dropped because,
That's why we're asking.
It wasn't really dropped because what we're saying is that it was never renewed.
right, well, but it was, but in essence, the ball got dropped on our end too by, not in 2008, not following up on it to make sure that the yearly
But
assessment.
if the obligation is on the landowner.
Right, no, I understand, but I think we need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence too.
In this case, we will be.
Okay,
I think it's important though.
Yeah.
The
So-
permit is the responsibility of the landowner.
I agree on that. All right, so
So-
where are
so-
we going on this?
So if 4 out of 7 sign up for this permit, but 3 of the 7 come back 5 years from now and say, well, we're tired of going out the long way, we want to connect. Is it gonna be the same price or is
No.
it gonna go up every year based on the assessments?
That would be
Okay.
follow up to my question of making sure that we write it, that it's not just the 97-11-29.
Right.
Or you can make this a one-time special permit for a 12-month period of time, and if they don't sign up within that time.
It's gonna be more expensive down the road.
No, just district won't have to issue it. We're making opportunity here. So if they do.
But
wanna
5
do
years from now, let's say one.
Yeah, what I'm-
didn't do it now, that now does want to do it. It's gonna be more, right?
The cost of the apron, yes. Right now, it's a one-time opportunity for them
Yeah,
to
but I'm
pay.
looking at the other figures. that came
Those
up.
those change every year, just like our assessments change.
Yeah, so the
The
assessed value,
fees, we set it.
yeah, so the assessed value all will go up for the infrastructure.
Can we put something in here that it's based on the unit for road maintenance fees, just so that it's clear in the future?
Or I guess the other thing, what I was suggesting, and we never
In the
really,
R3. It's unit 4.
unit 4.
So the maintenance assessment is based on the unit 4 maintenance,
Yeah, that's in the application.
road maintenance. It is.
It's not in the Granicus, it's in the application.
Burgess, what were you gonna say?
Yeah. So through the chair, what I was gonna say is you could just make this a one-time special permit, like open call for a year. So from when it goes into effect after today, for 1 year from now, and then if you don't sign up in that year period, the only way to become part of it would be to actually activate that area.
Through the chair. When is the project supposed to be done? Because, all
August right now, I believe.
right, so,
Or September.
so if you have a permit, you don't have this option indefinitely. The $9,700 is only available, and I think the contractor is gonna need to know
Yeah.
prior to August.
I mean, to actually apply for a special permit. So starting the clock starts ticking like tomorrow, basically through next year. And if they don't apply for it, regardless of the driveway,
Mhm.
they just won't be able to apply after that year. And that way, the only way for anyone in there then would be to activate as part of unit 4 or their own unit of development.
Okay, so through the chair. So if we say we're only making this special permit active for 1 year from today's date
To apply for it.
to apply for it. Okay, 1 year to apply for it, but our contractor is gonna be gone by then.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with
Okay,
the contract.
so not worrying about the
It has to do
contract, just saying that this is a 1 year
In order
opportunity to get it.
Connect to the district to
Okay.
180th without, going through a normal unit of development activation or activating as part of unit 4. And I do want to point out, just so the board members understand, in order for them to activate into unit 4, I believe the process would be all unit 4 would have to be notified and go through all that process. So it's a very time consuming, and as you all know, some of you may know, with unit 20, cost of activation is passed on to those homeowners, and it can be expensive.
And there's only 8.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
All of them together this year.
Well, no, in other words, not in the cost of activating that, no.
The residents of unit 4 don't benefit from it. It would be the ones that are
Justice.
Adding
Yes.
on.
that would
So-
have to. pay.
But now, if it went further east and encompassed,
I'm sorry, through the
That's
chair.
okay.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Actually, in order for them to activate officially, we would have to go through the R3 process as well, which
Can't-
would be
Right.
everyone.
Through the chair. But I do think can't we say that they're going to participate in the R3 without having to amend the R3?
Well, that's why we're going through the permit process.
That's the only way to do it.
That was the
No,
way
but
we were
if
doing.
if we activate as a unit, we don't have to go and amend every other
No, but.
plan because
if
we also
say
have
they're gonna
Parks and
be
Recreation.
They're gonna be subject to a pro rata share of the R3.
Right,
You would put
and
that
that
in
would
your
be in
plan.
the unit
You would put it
plan,
in the plan.
right? So we actually don't have to amend the R3 or Parks and Recreation.
What about, well, I know the recreation, but what about the bond covenant for
Well,
R3?
Well,
For when you activate a new property, it's different with the permit.
it is, but
So
If
that's
if they're
why
part
we
of the
came.
debt.
Right.
Right,
And
They
so
would
that's why we,
no, they.
actually, we just, this is a very interesting discussion, and that's kind of why we came up with the permit. Because that allows them to come in and get the connections and the service that they're looking for without impacting the unit 4 itself or the R3. And this is why they're paying their pro rata share.
Through the chair. And when I talked to, and I forget which homeowner it was, but the homeowner said, well, they could swallow the upfront, but they had a problem with having to pay every year in order to use it, to use that too. So that's the issue with some of them, that they don't want to have to keep paying for it and paying for it and paying for it in order to use it, just like unit 4. And I explained that the people across the street were paying every year in order to use it. So.
And
just-
have been.
Yeah.
All right, so should I amend the motion to add on the 1 year from today's date, May 15, 24, to apply for the permit?
Certainly could.
All right, I am amending my motion to add on 1 year from today, May 15, 24, to apply for the permit. Do I need to say that if not, then they have to look at activating, or just leave it at that?
Just leave it.
Then I'm leaving it at that.
And then do we need to say anything about the apron fee because the
I think we're
contract will be
changing that.
gone?
We're changing that already.
Okay, all
But
right.
this isn't 1 year to decide. It's
Through the chair. I think what she's saying is that she wants to have like cut up, like what Burgess was
Yeah,
saying.
no,
This is
yeah.
only open for a year.
Yeah, but they don't get to decide in a year. You're just gonna leave it in limbo for a year, use your driveway for 1 year and then decide.
Right.
Right.
That's a problem.
Well,
So they
but-
lose
no,
access.
So what,
If they
what
already
will
have.
what will happen is we will, if they do not apply for the permit or not in the process of seriously looking at it, then we will go through because we will be required
So we're
to
gonna,
protect the works of the district. And there is, yeah.
okay, so we're allowing them to use access for the year. No?
No.
We're shutting it down. Okay, yeah, so that's what Michael wants to confirm. We're going to shut down their access.
We
Okay,
already have.
Well,
No,
They
we
were
have not
advised.
shut down access.
they
don't
haven't
have
put-
the
But
ability
they've been
to go ahead and-
notified.
yes.
okay. So their access will be shut down, but they have 1 year to apply for a permit in order to gain access. Okay. When are we shutting it down?
On
Well,
completion.
Probably within,
When they do the sidewalks, we said,
What's that?
right?
yeah, right now, they have not completed sidewalk segments where their current driveways are. So once the contractors, sorry, once the contractor goes in to finish those segments, as part of that completion, we will be blocking that off unless we have some type of
Okay, so
commitment from
sometime
them.
by August, we're saying, or
Yeah,
before
before Sep-
August, okay.
Yeah, sometime before September. I would
Before
say.
September, okay, so sometime before September, but we're going to allow them 1 year to get this special permit to go ahead and do it. So sooner than later would be better for everybody.
So I was talking to Mary, I mean, because there's like sections of sidewalk going in, you put the sidewalk, it's contiguous. And then if you don't apply by the time of completion of the
Yeah,
project.
I mean, if you want to shorten the time frame, I'm certainly.
So you
open
wanna do
to
6
doing it
months?
Within
I
3
mean,
months
you
if
put the
you want.
sidewalk in and then all of a sudden I
gonna be
change my mind, I want
Right.
access and.
So you want to do 6
Next
months?
one.
But what if, let's say 2 people decide they want to gain access, at that point, we're gonna know that we need to redo how we.
Then you have to
Sidewalk.
move off the sidewalk.
But
Would we?
No, it's
How
the
are
same
you-
as everywhere
Yeah.
else.
Are you gonna, what's gonna happen to that side? Because his concern is the sidewalk is gonna be formed where that access is. So what are we doing in order to? How is that being designed to allow people to enter and exit into that?
If you don't.
Oh.
It's currently not included in the design.
Okay,
The next set of drawings that we didn't get into show what the design section is.
I mean, the reason why we're not like slamming our fists down is we're trying to be open-minded because
Yeah.
we understand it is expensive, but at the same time, we need to put some type of limit on
right.
it.
Well, and we have to
So-
be fair to our residents, right?
Yeah.
Through the chair, I pulled up the contract documents. The final completion date is scheduled for August 30th, and that's final. That's them final
Clean
walkthrough.
and gone.
So,
They don't have on the
so
three,
like, so what are we giving them 30 days?
well, the three-week look ahead doesn't have them starting the pavement on the sidewalks. They're gonna do that with the roadway concurrently, so they can just get all the asphalt all at once.
Okay.
So they're probably at least 2 months out on asphalt.
Okay, so when they apply for this, I'm sorry, I'll wait.
So, sorry, I'm just asking about the elevation of the apron.
Right.
Like,
I mean, they're not traditional sidewalks like you're used to seeing concrete. Our
Yeah.
standard is just blacktop.
Right, so, but my question, I think in one of Michael's concerns is that we're gonna have to dig up, if they decide a year from now that they want to apply for this permit, we're gonna have to dig up what's already there.
Well, just be a new rate. It wouldn't be,
No,
it's
they also
not gonna be the
Well-
9,000, it'd be a assessed.
So, yeah, so we'd actually charge them extra with,
We would no longer be in a position to charge them.
we just wouldn't be,
They would have to pay a contractor to do whatever is required.
okay,
We're only offering this during construction.
so. I'm sorry, so Mary, I want advice on this. What do you think is a reasonable deadline to give them to include in this, I mean, if we're talking a year is way too long because the contractor is going to be gone, but we're saying August 30th, or I'm sorry, August, whatever the August date was, is that when the contractor will be done. Yes.
let me defer. What does it matter?
Defer to staff, okay.
I'm just wondering, what does it matter?
Because I think we need to determine when we want to say the special permit has a life expectancy of.
Well, but does it matter if it's a year from now or 5 years from now? If the landowner decides I want to connect to 180th, they have the same privilege as every other landowner.
Yeah.
If we cut it off
It's gonna
now,
cost them
It's just
more.
gonna cost them more.
right?
It's not really, if you look, I mean, it's not $9,000. They can get a private contractor to do it for less.
Right.
So I'd say keep it to the 1 year. Because they're only losing out on our contractor for 9,700, where chances are they might be able to get it done in 5.
Excuse me.
15.
Yeah, way too much talking.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
No, but
gentlemen,
I just.
my
Mr.
point
Langquist,
is that it doesn't matter what, I don't think.
You don't think it matters?
I don't think we need to have that you have to apply within a year or you lose that privilege. I think that as long as you are a property that it butts 180th and you want that, then this can apply. And so they're going to be required to put the apron in or the driveway in according to our specifications at that time.
Right, but
So you said open-ended, it doesn't really matter.
Why does it matter to
They
us?
just can't use 180th until they do it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Until they have the permit, until they paid the fees.
Yes.
And I think Patty, you're talking about maybe the $9,700. Now that's gonna.
right, because that's going to change, but we're putting that in the special
That's already
permit
down
already.
that permit.
Yeah.
But do we, okay, so,
And the owner is responsible. Now, I just do want to clarify. If the owner wants to have their own contractor build it, they don't have to use right now our contractor. They can do it themselves. As
Yeah,
long
as
as
long
it's
as
done to our specifications.
And it's
on the
permitted.
apron.
Yeah.
Okay.
and it's permitted.
And through the chair, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So once the sidewalk goes in, we're fencing it off, guardrail, what have you. And if they want to apply in 6 months, even with that sidewalk, they're just building to the sidewalk and then on the other side of the sidewalk with the apron connecting to 180. So I don't, what our concern was, if we don't block it, then they'll be going over the sidewalk, dirt to blacktop to dirt again, and that will
and that's
be
not a deep
degradation of the
sidewalk, right? We
and
talked
also
about,
potentially the road as well.
right.
So that's why you're asking for,
Yeah.
oh, that changes things.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
So then having a 1 year,
They can apply in that 1 year. What I'm saying is, once we put that segment of sidewalk in, we are putting up the guardrail as well to
that's
protect.
part of this contract and that's going to be done the end of August.
Correct.
Yeah, but.
So that's why I
but
think
if
there should
they
be a
want to
deadline.
Apply within that year. What I was trying to do, if they don't have the funds right away, we can go back, take the guardrail out, and then they can build to the sidewalk.
But then there should be extra charges for that,
Well,
yeah?
yeah, there would be.
So it'll be more than 9,000
Yeah.
after it's complete.
This is hurting my
By then.
I'm right there
by
with you.
then, the 9,000 is off the
Because-
table because our contractor is gone.
But that's
So
already
they may
the
have,
case. Right,
Yeah.
they can
right.
get a contractor.
I mean, they only have the
less.
opportunity, the contractor, until before the sidewalks are done,
Yeah.
which could be a couple
They can
months
have
from now.
their
And we're really
Could-
just. I mean, we're mid-May already.
Yes.
August is going to be here by tomorrow. You know what I mean?
So,
So I think I think you guys would have to understand the urgency of deciding what you guys want to do sooner than later.
I have
So
one
just
more
keep, okay.
Can we waive, the, either the submittal fee or the connection fee? For the ones that already have, a permit that had already applied before?
Do we have that proof?
Yeah, we do. We
Yeah.
have
Do we? Okay.
records, and ones that were expired, but we gotta have to,
I would have to talk not to this legal counsel, to other legal counsel,
okay. All right,
because everything
Mhm.
has been very specific.
Yeah.
yeah.
Do it there. Can we bring this back next month after everybody has a chance?
I don't think
to
we
talk?
should.
We
There's too
can't
much.
because we can't have
very short time.
if we stop the contractor, then there'll be a change or whatever. and then it'll
Okay,
cost
That's gonna
money
cost us
and-
money.
Yeah.
Right, that's why we're trying to,
All right, so through the chair.
Yeah.
For those of you that are affected by this, the sooner you make a decision, the better. Because it seems like this project would be done by August and there would be a lot more work and cost in order to do this. I think we keep the 1 year from today for them to apply for this permit. I think that's pretty decent. And then after that, I think that's that, you know.
So what happens then when you're?
Then they have to
They would have to activate if they
activate,
want.
yeah.
Whole unit would have to activate because one property just
Yeah.
decide in 1 year.
I think if they pay for the removal of the fence or whatever the costs are.
If it's just
At
one,
that time, I think the board can decide.
we can revisit that one.
Yeah,
when it
I
comes
don't
to-
think we should put the date on it. I think we
So
should.
you don't
leave
want
it.
to put the 1 year?
I-
All right, so I'm nixing that.
But we did say that it's only related to the 8 properties that face 180th, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we're
And-
gonna keep,
And there
Yes.
has to be a single family
Right.
residential structure. on
Right.
it.
all right, so I'm keeping the motion as written in the agenda with no additions.
with the changes to the 9,700.
Correct, with, yes, correct, with the, and I think you had did you have a couple of,
Make sure the
Mentions.
Fees are.
The fees need to be consistent through,
okay.
the
and
connection fee,
So fees should be consistent with,
The write-up
any-
needs to be consistent.
write-up needs to be
And
consistent.
any associated costs, because if construction goes by and we have to remove a guardrail.
Are you notating all that? What he just said, just put that in there.
Consistent with the associated costs.
Yes. All right. So we've got a motion. We've got, do we need to
Second.
second them?
We have,
Okay.
we have a second, Betty second.
Okay.
So ready to call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Aye.
passes unanimously.
Any comments?
Oh,
We already
it
did that,
already.
yeah.
Yep, we did public comment.
All right.
Okay.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Oh,
My brain.
no, we're not. All right. 8.4, consider new appointments to the Equestrian Trail and Infrastructure Advisory Committee. Mr. Hanson?
Yes, so there are some names that were brought forward. I believe Miss oh geez, Patty, sorry, just it's late. Miss Farrell just asked before because we've had a situation with a regular member who has not shown up at all, which was Mr. Johnson's appointment. Do you want me to address it or would you like? Yeah. So that person has not shown up. So at the last meeting, I believe Miss Browning, Sandra Browning, who's your alternate, had requested to be a regular. So I don't know if that's something that you want to consider.
Totally
Yep.
fine.
All right.
I thought she resigned.
No, that was Ashley.
Ashley
And Linda.
and Miss
And
Linda.
I was told, and Darcy.
I've not
We
received
haven't received anything.
anything. Have you received anything
We
from?
haven't received any resignation.
I've
from
received them
Sam.
from Miss Rainbow and then Miss
Ashley.
Ashley Davis actually resigned at the meeting.
I was
So-
told
Through the
both
chair.
Sandra had personal circumstances, so she couldn't be here tonight, but I was told that she also resigned.
all
as
right.
well
Well,
as
then,
her.
I know somebody had an excused, I think it was Sandra that
That
had the
was her.
excused absence, but
Yep.
Darcy didn't. Through the chair.
Mhm.
If Sandra is not available, I have somebody that we can put in, so. And I'll have to confirm everything. I kind of just threw it out the other day, but she might be very interested, so.
So there's, I'm sorry, I don't have the names in front of me, but I believe
Stephanie
it's Miss
Wood.
Mary Chamberlain, Miss Heather McCandless.
Stephanie Wood
Kiwi
and
Chamberlain.
Kiwi
Yeah.
Chamberlain.
So, and
Yes, Stephanie Wood and Kiwi Chamberlain.
I'd like to add, her name is Jessica Cantrell. She reached out to me, somebody that I know. So she said, she expressed some interest. We'd have to verify everything, but she's a possibility also.
Okay.
Mhm.
So are we just picking Stephanie Wood and
I believe Miss Kiwi Chamberlain is a daughter of Mary Chamberlain. She's 16 or 17 years old. All of these are residents within the Indian Trail. They're actually all within units of development, active units of development, and they all either have horses or are active in the horse community.
okay.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Heather McCandless also mentioned her daughter might be interested. So either as a voting or a non-voting, I think we could look at that too. So we could I'd have to get more information from Heather.
So we making a motion to
Through-
bring
through the
Heather,
chair.
Ellie, Stephanie, and Kiwi and Jessica on to the board.
Well, I think we have individual
Committee.
appointees. That's
Mhm.
what our setup was supposed to be. And again, I am going to state my objection to having multiple family members on there. And even though it is only advisory, I just think that, there's more than enough equestrian people in the community. And we have certain requirements and it's one thing for them to be an alternate and to substitute for them. It's another to be sitting on them at the same, on the committee at the same time. And I don't know any of these individuals, so I'm not appointing anyone tonight.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion. And we'll put these individuals in. Will staff be contacting them?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so will we have, I'll read the motion. and we'll go with it. Okay, so motion to appoint the following persons to the Equestrian Trail Infrastructure, what's the A stand for?
Advisory.
Advisory Committee. Sorry.
Getting late.
Supervisor Johnson's member should be removed, only attended the first meeting. Heather McCandless as Supervisor Farrell's committee member appointment. Mary Chamberlain as Supervisor Johnson's committee member appointment. Stephanie Wood as, do we have to figure out who she would be?
Well, I believe the other open one is Miss Argue, so
She's not willing to. Okay,
So-
so we'll leave off the other two for now.
I could
Well-
take Kiwi as my alternate
Okay, so
if we're okay with family members being alternates.
Believe Mr. Johnson and Farrell, you both have all open alternates.
Yep.
Well, we can confirm with Sandra in the morning, and then Ms. Argue has both regular and alternate.
okay, I'd be okay with putting Jessica Cantrell as my alternate for now. And then if something happens with Sandra Browning, then we can switch. And of course, we have to confirm that they're all,
Didn't you ask for Mary Chamberlain now?
I did not know.
Who put Mary
That's Michael Johnson.
Oh,
or
okay.
Supervisor Johnson's. All right, so I make a motion. I'm gonna read it again. Motion to appoint the following persons to the ETIAC. Supervisor Johnson's members should be removed, only attending the first meeting. Heather McCandless as Supervisor Farrell's committee member appointment. Mary Chamberlain as Supervisor Johnson's committee member appointment. Kiwi Chamberlain as Supervisor Elizabeth Commando's
Alternate.
alternate. And I would like to name Jessica Cantrell as my alternate.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment?
I don't have any cards.
Nobody online?
We have a second.
Yes, Keith Jordan.
So who-
You,
I did,
you,
so.
you did, yeah. Okay, call the vote. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
did you vote?
I object. I still think that the committee should be.
Okay, so you're voting yes with objection,
Or,
or are you
No,
voting no?
I'm saying no.
okay.
You're saying
I
no.
think it should be
Okay,
dissolved.
okay,
All right, so it passed for
okay.
one.
Passed 4-1. Okay. 8-5, consider SP 0532 Coconut Crossing Shops and Indian Trails.
Yes, Scarlett, would you pull up the special permit drawings? If you'll recall, Shops of Indian Trails, we issued that permit, I think it was in 2000, was it 19 or 17? It has since 19, I believe, it since expired. The project sold a new owner. They have come up with a different site plan. I'm going to show you the old site plan and the new site plan to show you the differences. They have met all the requirements of the district, the equal compensating storage. And if you can pull it up, we can go through
The Coconut Crossing or the?
Yes.
Okay.
Coconut Crossings, the attachments. I think I don't need the Granicus write up because I put that in graphic form. And that's the permit itself. I don't need to show that one.
So that's the wrong one?
That's the wrong one. So that's, it's the PDF of drawing.
Yes. I don't need the permit itself. I just need the attachments to there you go. All right, zoom in on the top one. All right, the top exhibit is the site plan as previously approved, and we issued the permit. And I'll go through the differences, but on this, just notice that on the left-hand side, there's a L-shaped area. That's a stormwater management area. In the center bottom, they are showing a building. And to the right of that building, to the east of that building is more water management. To the right of that is another commercial area. And there's an entrance and exit onto Hamlin next to that building on the lower right, which is near the intersection of Coconut and Hamlin. I go to the new site plan. Next slide. You'll have to zoom out on that one. This is a new site plan, a little more specific, and I'll go to just zoom out a little bit more. You'll see in general that the site plan, it has the same general concept, a commercial, but it has the water management entirely on the south side. So that's with the one building at Coconut and Hamlin. So there's a much larger buffer to the people to the south. Go to the next slide. The first item I'll point out to you a difference. There is a new exit from the old site plan or the old permit that was already approved. The other 3 exits are the same onto North Lake. That's not our jurisdiction, but they did add an exit onto North Lake from the west side of the project. Go to the next side. They've added a bunch of pedestrian paths to encircle the property so that there'll be that form of transportation, if you will, for walking or maybe biking, whatever the people want to use, county requirement. Go to the next slide. The buildings, locations, and types are all changed a little bit, but it's still the same general concept. I'm not getting into site plan details, but none of these buildings are the same as what was previously approved. But again, that's a Palm Beach County issue, not a Indian Trail issue. Go.
The Palm Beach Garden issue.
Yeah, that's the one on the Coconut is about the closest to what used to be there. Go ahead.
Station, is that the gas station to the north? So it's still a
Yeah,
gas
the one
station?
right
Yeah.
on Coconut.
Northeast.
Yeah.
Gas station.
Yeah, I didn't really look at the site plan details that much, but yes. All right, go to the next slide.
That's
I-
gonna be an accident waiting to happen there.
I already mentioned that the water management facilities have been revised to address the current criteria, and it's a much better buffer for our residents. It's an interesting water management system where they go into a dry detention area, and the big area to the left and left of center is wetlands, and there's a lake to the east of that, the smaller rectangle, and then another overflow area. But that has been designed to meet our criteria. It actually is in excess of our equal compensating storage criteria. Go to the next slide. There is a sidewalk because of the adding the turn lane and having a sidewalk, a pedestrian path. The sidewalk now goes onto their property a little bit. And due to that, we have told them that we will need an easement for the sidewalk. So they have agreed to grant us an easement for that sidewalk. And the next slide.
Is that the existing sidewalk?
No, they have to move it. So part of it's on their side, on their parcel.
But they're building it.
They're building it, yes. Go to the, well, then go up a little bit. You must have gone down too far. I know I had it circled. All right, well, maybe I went past one. What's the one before that? No, we'll go down. I'll explain it. I thought I had a separate slide for it, but right there is good. The entrance to Hamlin off, it's in that corner where Scarlett is pointing, is an entrance only now. It's not in and out. That should be something that the board is quite pleased about.
What we asked for.
So it's water management wide, it meets all criteria. I have no reason. They applied in like 8 months ago, 9 months ago, and they've been going through the process of getting approved. They've met all of our written criteria. That I don't need to add anything other than that.
Okay.
I don't know if the applicant's representative, I see is here. So sorry you had to wait so late, but if you have any questions with me or the applicant, we do have him present.
Thank you. All right, well, let's call for the motion. We have a motion to approve SP 0532 with the conditions on the attachments.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Public comment, do we have any? No cards? Okay, call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay. Vote passes 4-1. Okay, 8.6, consider fiscal year 25 budgeted capital purchases, heavy equipment and vehicles. Mr. Hanson?
Mr. Robinson will be doing this.
Oh.
Normally it's Mr. Lester, but unfortunately cannot be here tonight.
Evening, staff. We'll be going over briefly what the items were that we're looking to purchase here based on the capital budget. Scarlett, if you want to click on. So we would be using the Florida Sheriff's Association purchasing program. On that, the background and fiscal, we're looking at getting the two F-250s, the one F-450. What we had budgeted from there, we'd actually totally save some money on everything with those. Excuse me. So the two F-250s, about $4,000 savings on those. The 450, I'm sorry, the 450 is 71 versus the 80,000. We have the water truck on that, the one Peterbilt dump truck, the Tiger Boom ham roller, and the two skid steers. As we discussed last time, we're currently renting quite a few machines. This would offset the rental rates that we're paying for these items. The Tiger mower would be replacing one of the ones we have in stock, and of course with the dump trucks as well. We'd had originally budgeted $1,245,000. We came in at $1,228,695.55. So we'll be looking for, and then also in the backup is the breakdown of everything off of the Florida Sheriff's agreement for the pickup trucks. For the 450. 450 also includes the flatbed on that for the gooseneck. The Peterbilt dump truck. The Tiger Boom. The Ham Roller, 84-inch single drum. And then the two compact track loader, i.e. skid steers. Does anyone have any questions?
Good Chair. I think I read in the backup that the Sheriff's Association is a guaranteed lowest price.
They do a bidding process where the vendors go out and submit. It is cheaper than we could go out and buy them. So yes, it is a group cooperative purchasing agreement. And it's everything from pistols to tires. We're specifically interested in the equipment on that.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second it.
Hey, I got a comment on that one.
We have.
We're
Haven't asked for it.
getting, no, we're making a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to waive the requirement for formal competitive solicitation for the purchase of this equipment that is included in our 2025 budgeted capital purchases. And I'll make a second motion to authorize procurement of the capital items as outlined through the Florida Sheriff's Association Cooperative Purchasing Program. Do we have a second?
Yep.
Ms. Farrell? Yes. For both motions.
Now for public comment, Mr. Lindquist.
I didn't get to see the full price on that Peterbilt and that, but I'd just like to ask, why do y'all need a triaxle?
It's not to go back and forth. You're just.
Well, you all been discussing it all day. My purpose is I want to know why they need a triaxle versus they can get a double axle, dual
Yeah,
axle.
Chair, it's a good
trucks.
question. I think,
The Palm Beach County doesn't even own a triaxle in their fleet. I'm just
Through the
hearing-
chair, for the weight requirements, when we pull out of Palm Beach aggregate, we want to make sure we're within the legal limits so we can haul the most tonnage on that. If we got a tandem, the gross vehicle weight would be 8,000 pounds lower.
And that's what the pony does, but if you buy say just a Kenworth 480, okay. You can get it set up with a 16-foot bed, 20-yard box, okay. With a 46 rears, 20 fronts. Man. You're not gonna haul most over 20,000 anyway. To drop the third wheel, you can register it over 70. You can tow with it. But the triaxle, you've got short roads, you're always turning. And if you get a good operator, maybe he's lifting the wheel, even if you get a steering axle on it. But you have no reason to have, because you could take the Kenworth I called up. I said, no discounts, nothing. Y'all get discounts. I said, how much? He said, 207. So you were saying you have rental charges too. You could turn around, like I seen the excavator over at the thing, one of the jobs, it had a rental thing on it. There's 80,000 left over. You could turn around and buy one of them excavators versus, but I don't see where you need a triaxle truck. You can't justify to me and tell me about the weights because that the other one's still with the 46 rears and the 20 fronts. Only thing it's missing is a third wheel. And you're only hauling when you're gonna have the third wheel down. For the aggregate, what you got, 5 miles, 6 miles to Seminole, then you got what, another 8? Then you're gonna be turning all the time. So why you dropping an axle and paying $80-something thousand more for one leg?
You can register the trucks. And how many times y'all been stopped by DOT? Okay,
I don't have that information.
but I mean, you would know if your trucks, you were concerned about the weight. But it can haul right off the bat, 66,000, usually what's per ton? 2,000 pounds per ton? It's 40, the truck weighs about 32. So you're still under the weight because you can still be overweight on an axle. You know, so I just don't understand why you're paying that much for a vehicle. You know, I know it's not, it's all of our money that live out here. But I mean, we ought to look at, you know, there's a lot of other things you all buy that shouldn't be done. But I know this stuff. You know, but y'all don't want to answer it. Y'all answer questions all night. Can't give me an answer.
I have a question. So I didn't realize this was a triaxle. Is what we're replacing a triaxle?
Correct.
It is, we already have triaxles.
That is correct.
Our dump trucks we have now.
Yes.
But why do you need a truck?
And then in terms of the turning radius, does the triaxle? I mean, you know, we have. had
The
certain
box
concerns.
lengths or the wheelbase are pretty much the same. Depends on what gets spec'd out on it. Like I said, the weight coming out of Palm Beach Ag. Normally, we don't get hassled by DOT, but, you know. Plus, it also provides a greater load distribution over the roads when we're traveling.
How much is
And
that?
how much is it?
Sure.
How much difference in price are we talking? Like, we're replacing a triaxle.
Correct.
With a triaxle,
Yes.
but a dual axle. Is it really $80,000 difference?
Mr. Lester put the quote together.
I
If you want to give me a couple of minutes, I can go through and just see what that item spec'd out as. They're not $80,000.
Yeah, I didn't think that they were, because I think the last time we looked at. The last time we looked at buying dump trucks, I think they were about $200,000 at least. And I don't recall it being a triaxle, so. I think it's a good question, and thank you for bringing it up, Kirk, but, you know, if we're replacing a triaxle with the triaxle.
Yeah, it doesn't have it on there. No.
Yeah, it's not very long.
So, and just my understanding is that when we. With that one, we can actually haul more, which means we're taking less trips, which costs us less money as well. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For projects.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Okay.
that's not.
Mr. Lindquist.
On the same box.
Mr. Lindquist.
It's the same size box on the truck. You're gonna haul the same thing. You're just saying distributing a little bit of weight. You're still, if you register at 70,000 pounds, but you're only gonna haul 20 and it's a 20-yard box.
It's an 18 cubic yard.
It's 18.
And the
it's
one we're
20 with the
replacing.
forks on.
The one we're replacing is an 18 cubic yard as well.
Yeah, it's the same size dump bed.
Okay, so we're replacing it with something that we already have.
A light unit.
Like unit. And my recollection is that this price is not off from the last quote, and not for nothing, I think last year we took the dump truck set, didn't we? We refused to, we did reduce, so we knew this year that we were gonna have to bite the bullet because we cut last year in order to try to, so. I'm gonna continue to support this because I know, we have to do this, and we're, as I recall from the mechanic, the one that it's replacing is down more than it's, or actually maybe it was Jason that stated it.
It was Jason, but it
Yeah.
was based on Mr. Morris.
Yeah, the max are
Right,
constantly down.
so then we end up having to pay for rentals or hauling, which is costing us more money. Okay. So I'm gonna keep my
So
motion.
tell you why you needed 3.
Thank you,
Okay.
Kurt, you're not on.
No, thank you. Don't.
You're not on the board yet, and that kind of behavior.
Same point.
Wow.
You just listen to stuff.
Yeah. Mhm.
Just
Okay, all right, let's call the question. Do we have, call the vote, excuse me. All in favor?
Chad, did he ever come up with the difference in price from the two?
No, it's not on the
It's
list.
not listed on the option list. But it's not that much money, sir.
We would have to go into the FSA. You know, Jason would have to do it. I don't have access to it.
I do, but I'd have to drill into it. It'd take me about 20 minutes.
We'll,
It's
we'll
fine.
follow up with you.
Maybe we just send an email to the board confirming, so we just have for our own reference.
And we'll send it
And
to
I-
Mr.
Yeah, send it to Kirk
Chris.
as well, please.
I believe the last one we spec'd out was 3,500 for the additional lift axle, but that was the one we ordered 3 years ago that we never got. It was continually back ordered. That was also a different brand of truck, so it might have gone up from them. It only going from my memory, so.
Okay.
Okay,
Do we have
call the
a
vote.
motion?
Yes, we have the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
passes 5-0.
Was that just for the one or? there
Both,
was two of them?
both.
Okay, good.
Supervisor argue, firsted both,
Fine.
and Patricia would second
Thank
both.
you.
8-7, approval R3 change order for 180th 60th project. COR number 1, COR number 2, COR number 3. Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, this one is actually for both Mr. Foy and Mr. Robinson. Because I've not been involved in this, because this has
Okay.
just been happening over the past 2 days.
I'll lead off. First of all, I apologize for 8.7. It should be considered rather than approval. I got this late last night. and
Okay.
was with everything else, kind of put this together today. Thanks, Scarlett, for getting it up here. The R3 180th and 60th project, we have change order request 1, 2, and 3. If you go to the agenda item, the COR 1, which was what we've been talking about earlier, the $97 $100, 971128, which is actually a net zero to the district for the apron paving. The second change order request is for $19,720 for valve adjustments. The valve adjustments are the water line was actually in the middle of the road from where it showed in the plan. So they have side laterals that come off to the fire hydrants. Every time there's a T, there needs to be a valve there so they can shut off that particular line. Those valves have to be raised to meet the new elevations, and each one of those side roads has a hydrant. Each one of those valves has to be raised according to the new grade elevations.
That should be our steps. Isn't that a Palm Beach County Utilities? Don't we have issue a permit saying if we need it, they're responsible?
Well, Mr. Roy does that.
We're building the road and it's usually the person doing the work that would pay for it. The problem occurred because the lines were not where the as-built showed them.
And so they
They-
made the mistake, so why are we having to pay for it?
Had they had the as-built correct, we would have had that in our design.
And the cost would have still been ours to incur.
That is the normal way to proceed.
So
I'm not aware of us pursuing Palm Beach County water utilities for a cost that we are initiating a change. If they initiate the change, it's their cost.
but we're initiating, and if they would have had the as-built correct, we would have factored that price in. already.
Yes, the design plans were based on the as-built, which were not correct.
So that was not correct. It
That
wasn't
was
what
not
they
correct.
designed.
So can't we ask Palm Beach County Water Utilities to pay for it? I mean, it's their
we could ask.
contractor. As I recall, they just did that a couple of years ago. And that contractor, there was a lot of things that are not where they're supposed to be, as I recall.
Yeah, we've had some other issues that
Yeah,
we can pass.
We can certainly
pursue it.
ask.
yeah, it's no harm in asking.
And COR number 3 is for a drainage pipe adjustment. That one also is the plans differed from actual conditions on that. So there was where everything lined up into that canal, the canal from the topographical that was taken doesn't really show the slopes where they are. It's kind of a blur. So where they were drawn, really wasn't the center of the canal, it was offset. So they needed to be shifted over and they were already installed and everything. And that was another one I was out and Jason caught that one. So that's $8,000 COR. We did dodge a couple bullets out there. The contractor was looking for some additional funds for overburden. That wasn't for the borings, but it was, they incurred that themselves by kind of spreading out the chips that were out there rather than scraping them off. So that one was on the boy. Good job. So the three items are in there. The justification letter, it was actually an email that was sent to me. I copied and pasted it on here. This was from Gary Jones. He's their lead PM from CapTech on this, with the justifications on there as well. So the agenda item is to approve the R3 change orders for 180th and 60th project for COR 1, 2, and 3 for those amounts. And we will look into the valve adjustment. If we can, in fact, get Palm Beach County on that, that would be great. But I would like to keep this job moving forward if we could and not give the contractor any claim for delay. But we will definitely look at Palm Beach County for recoupment costs on there.
Maybe just ask them to reimburse us.
Yeah, so we can make the motion number 2, asking for reimbursement.
Yeah. So motion to approve the R3 change order for 180th and 60th project, COR 1, 2, and 3.
With
Well, staff's already been given that direction, so it doesn't need to be part of the motion.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, and no public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Passes. Through the chair.
Yes.
You don't have to change the motion, but I would like to include in that letter to the Water Utilities Department that they give us updated and what would be the proper term? Not real,
Certified.
certified.
Accurate.
Yeah, accurate was the word I was looking for.
Don't we
As
require
built.
stamped plans?
But-
in the first
but-
place?
But
Yeah,
they,
so-
but they were inaccurate and
So when
then.
they're inaccurate, do we have in our permit that I mean, because that was kind of what I was asking. If we do not have it in our special permit, that if they give us as-built that are incorrect, and then we end up having to incur a charge, I think they should have to pay it. It's just like if they put, something somewhere where it's not supposed to be, it's on them to move it, not us.
And what I'm asking is they go back out and recertify.
Right.
That those as-bills are where they're supposed to be,
Right.
because once is like, it may happen, but this has
No, I have a
been
feeling
too
we're gonna have a
consistent.
problem with everywhere that they went with those.
And the depth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Item number 9, and other.
The reason why I was asking for, because this will
Do you
probably.
want a motion for that?
No,
or-
I don't need
Just
that. I'll
clarification?
just, yeah,
Right.
yeah, just general.
Yeah,
because
oh, absolutely.
I'm sure I'll be
Yeah.
opening up another Pandora's box, but.
Why, I don't have enough of those.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, do we have any other governmental updates?
Government.
Just the DRO process is every time somebody submits something new, you have to look at it and say, okay, so that there have been since the last board meeting, probably 30 or so different reviews, none of which require any permits because they're all out of our jurisdiction, but you still have to go through the login and
Make sure.
approval process to say you're not going to make a comment. So there's nothing new that came in.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have any updates per se, but the one thing I would like to ask the board, so we could potentially put it on the June 5th board meeting. Because we're running out of time if you want to do any type of local bills, because you have to have them. And one of those would be whether or not the board wanted to look once again at doing anything with boundaries or anything of that nature, where we have to go through the local delegation and we have to submit the first Monday or whatever that date is in September.
Yeah.
So, or there may be other things that you want to do. I don't want to put
Sure.
words in your mouth, but
Sure.
between now and the next meeting, think about it so we can start working on anything that may need to be done.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, is that it? All right, moving on to item number 11, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the following consent agenda items: 11-1, 11-2, 11-3, 11-4, 11-5, 11-6, 11-7, 11-8.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, hold on one sec. I have a question about 11-6. Why, or actually, I have both of them. Why are these being proposed at Hamlin House?
Through the chair, I believe what Parks was looking at is if you try to do it at the ACP and there's a AAL event, did not want to interfere with that.
And then we have the issues with the on top of that.
But
Well,
Ms. Lawrence, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, so basically what we're thinking at this point is Hamlin would be a backup plan. What we would like to do is actually secure the dates and times so we can move forward with that. Once we have exact information from the county on what we could do with South Expansion, we'll be able to decide in the next month or two which direction we'll be able to go with it for advertisement purposes. So.
well, I do not feel that Hamlin House or even the equestrian park is an appropriate location for a large community event like that. It's just not. We don't have the space for the vehicles or, for that kind of an event. That's Acreage Community Park is designed for that. And the whole issue with needs to get resolved as soon as possible. And in the meantime, there is a process for us to apply for the permit. And I suggest we do that sooner rather than later.
It's
And
been
then-
applied for.
And then we have the event. I mean, so I think my understanding is it's 30 days prior to the county, 90 days, right? Is what you
It's a
said?
total, I believe it's a
Total
total
90
90
It
days.
has
It's
to be 30
30
days.
60
Right.
for the state.
So they've got more than enough time. So my feeling is that it's just not an appropriate location. It's not a community center. It's not central. It cannot accommodate that kind of traffic. And I just don't think it should be there. So if the intention is that you're going to be trying to have it at the other location as a priority, then that's fine, but I just don't think it should be held there.
Okay. All right, let's call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. Mr. Hanson, any presentations?
No, I spared you tonight.
All right. Supervisor business. Mr. Johnson,
Good, thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Just that I've been working with the Equestrian Trail Committee and get a drive around to down 40th, down 40th Street, down 21st, down 60th, and Avocado, and we have some very nice trails that we need to work on with the signage. We talked about more signage in certain places. And I just have to mark out the trail ride because actually I didn't realize that on the corner where we blocked the road off, if you look at the corner of 140th and 40th, you can get into Palm Beach County's nature area, which is an awesome place to wind up going into that you have to have a combination to get in. So apparently there's a way to request that combination so you can get into that preserve and they actually have. And they haven't stolen them yet, steps on the outside and the inside to get onto your horse, especially if you're short on speed. So I think we're moving along pretty good and we just have to work harder and working together to get it done. Because if the county realizes we're an equestrian agriculture community, which I guess a lot of people out east and south don't realize that, it helps us protect ourselves even more from what's going on around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
40th, 140th, there's a lot of dumping up there, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
A lot. I think
We'll report it to PBSO, but normal, so.
Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you. Yeah, so I was at Burger King, and I don't know about the homes, but I'm sitting there trying to go between the SID meeting and the equestrian meeting. I'm sitting at the table and these kids come in. The next thing I know, one saying, "Can I sit with you?" Like, no, you can't sit with me. And you know, can I sit at the next table? It's like, do what you want. I don't want you to sit with me. And the manager complained. They're in there every day about 5 o'clock, spraying silly string and stuff in their bathrooms and everything.
Well, that's where they need to trespass.
Yeah, the police need to maybe patrol at the Burger King.
That's
at 5
that's the management needs to call.
They have to call
They have to
them.
Um,
But yeah, it's a shame.
That's right. I think today was a very productive meeting. I would like to say, I would hope, and I wish there were more people here that were from the earlier Santa Cruz debate. But I would say, I know we have one gentleman still here, so thank you for holding through. I think it's important that your community, and maybe you pass this on, that maybe you have somebody that would be willing to come to our meetings and listen and not depend on one person for communication. Or somebody that's looking at our Indian Trails webpage and looking at the agenda so that they know what's on the agenda so that they can come and comment. That it's the community members' responsibility to make sure they're staying. You know, and listen, I was guilty of it too. And so, you know, I would say just maybe relay that to your community members to send somebody here so that they're aware of what's going on. And that I hope that we just remember that we're all on one team and we should be respectful to one another and not be so attacking. That's all I have to say.
I have a question regarding Acreage Community Park multi-use field. When is that project going to start?
So we are actually bringing forward a contract. We're meeting with AAL, a representative, Ms. Coach
Danny.
Yeah, thank you. And we will be piggybacking off a contract for the Cool Tech or whatever it's called. So we'll be bringing that forward in June 5th. And well, I'll let, because you talk, I'm sorry. You talk to the actual contract.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
So I've already gotten numbers. I've been working with Frank the last few days. So the contract's underway. It's a little bit different than the regular piggybacking. It's more of a nationwide piggyback that Frank can explain a little more. It actually opens the door up for some more options for us, which is a good thing. I am going to meet with Danny over the next day or so. He just got back into town. The guy that I've been dealing with, the sales rep from the company we'd be using, he gets back into town next Tuesday. So once they get into town together, we're going to have a meeting to kind of solidify what we're going to use as far as the product out there. But I do have preliminary numbers based off of what the county's currently using.
The number is 1.4.
Right now, it's ranging between 1.4 and 1.525. It depends on what we use as far as the actual material. If you add in the cool play additive, it's an additional 65,000. These numbers are based off of what the county's basically using at right now. This is the contract that the county's using.
Can I
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, that includes them removing anything and putting everything back in. So we're not doing anything in-house like we did with the Northfields. So we're not going to strip it because we don't, we're too stretched too thin with equipment.
And we're leaving the spares.
Yes, we'll leave the
irrigation,
sprinklers.
yes.
So
Sorry.
what is the cool play? You might have explained it, but I'm,
There's it's a rubber crumb
okay.
additive that gets added into the actual artificial turf.
I've seen.
There's different versions. There's all black, there's green, there's different colors, and the color that they're picking stays a little cooler
And
Okay.
it's also the cushioning and
underneath it.
when you fall, less injury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hiking, big track around it.
Mhm. I believe so. I think we won't have any issues with that. I mean, Rob could probably go into more of the back end construction side of it, but I think we'll be fine.
We try to protect that as much as possible because
Yep.
we did some damage by the baseball fields when the last time,
I
so.
believe there's ways where you can put
Yeah.
material over it and they just go in and out of that one location.
Yeah.
So five.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at lift axles, so I heard none of that.
Protect the track.
I heard, well, Rob can come. So I apologize.
That's fine.
So
We were just-
I want to just,
Oh, yeah,
I
no.
don't know if you're done, but I want to just piggyback on, since we're on the south expansion.
You go with it,
I
but
just-
I'm not done.
I'm okay. I just want to, since we're on that topic and we asked about track, that walking path that we put in the sidewalk, on the south side of it, where it loops around a tree, that was, a root had grown up in there, and that, has that ever been taken care of?
I'll have to go check.
Yeah, so,
That would have cost too.
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but I know there's a couple of them in that loop right there, because there's a tree right in the center, and there's a loop that kind of loops you around and.
Over by the phase 2 area.
Yeah, so it's on the south side of the track where the sidewalk that you guys added in.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, take a look at that. I don't know if it's been fixed. I haven't been there in a bit, but I walked the track, but I didn't walk the sidewalk. So
Okay.
take a look at that. Sorry.
And for your other question, you can put down either visqueen or tar, plywood, and then a sand layer over it, or interlock plywood together. To protect the track from heavy vehicle. With traffic.
Could go back in all of yours.
It's easier to change there down.
All right, my last thing is about how things have been running. And I see a pattern and a trend where it seems decisions are being made and then being brought to the board to be rubber stamped. And I object to that. I don't think we should be getting an agenda that has a motion telling us what it is that we should be doing and who should be doing it. I think that staff can make recommendations, but the board should be considering all items and then we make the decisions. So it really looks like there's collusion going on behind the scenes when you've got certain things. I'm going to use the equestrian club committee last month. Looks a little off. And there's been a couple of items on here, same thing about, appointing members on there. We had a full process on how that was supposed to be done. The board members were supposed to nominate them at the meeting. I don't know how it ends up on a agenda in front of everybody. This is what we're to do. So I'm telling you that I object to it. It's not how we're supposed to run. This district is run by the board. Okay? And the board president works with the staff to make the agenda, not to make the decisions for the board.
I
I
didn't
don't
make
want to
the
argue about this.
decisions.
I have
I don't
been very
wanna-
clear.
I don't want to be
I don't wanna
accused of
argue.
something though, so it's not an argument,
Okay.
but I'm not gonna have you
Here's an
accuse
example right
me.
here. So here's fact.
anything.
Here's fact.
These
Motion
names
to
were
direct-
brought to me.
Nope, 6.1, motion to direct Ms. Akamundo and staff to engage, blah, 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 blah. So, and it's every single meeting for the past couple of meetings, it's happened. And that is not how this board is supposed to work.
What
So,
else have I been
May I make a one comment?
I'm just saying,
I understand.
yes, go ahead, Mary.
But I will make one comment that in the past, because there wasn't a little bit more specificity in the motions, things were being lost. And I'm not trying to object to what you're saying, I'm sorry, but that was happening. And that we had situations that you wanted to have a particular action taken. The board does not have to go with whatever's on that. It's a suggested motion. I only throw that out because I know that did occur. So I'll defer on the rest of your comments.
And I didn't pick these names for the Equestrian Trail Committee. I've got nothing to do with the Equestrian Trail Committee.
How was it decided last month that it should be Patty and Keith as the chair of the equestrian committee and the subcommittee? You made that decision, and it was on the agenda, and it was brought to the
And
board
it
for
could
that.
have been anybody.
I'm just saying, it should
It
not
was
come.
asked of me and I said I could not do it.
It's not your decision.
Right.
To be making those decisions.
I didn't make the decision.
I'm just.
It's brought to the
Elizabeth,
board in a
I am
motion
trying
that
to
the
give.
board voted on.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
This is the board. You are not the board. You don't make the decisions. That is my comment. If you don't like hearing what I'm
didn't
saying,
make the
maybe you need
decision
to think about
for
it.
the motion.
It was on the agenda and it
Right.
was, okay.
And
You
if the
didn't.
board chose not to vote that way, that's the board's prerogative.
Okay,
I'm bringing the suggestions forward for the board. Suggestions that were brought by staff.
okay.
And I'm sure you did the
Staff can make
same thing.
recommendations.
Right.
No, you know what, Elizabeth? I never went and met with people without having direction from the board.
Met with whom?
Okay,
Point of order.
should I actually make a list? No, we can't talk about this any other time, so we're gonna talk about it right
Well,
now.
when she started
I
the
think it's
meeting,
the-
it was not to be uncivil to each other,
Right.
and this
And attacking,
meeting is going into the gutter.
yeah,
And again, I have just stated the facts.
through the chair,
In your
Again,
opinion,
through the
Yeah.
chair.
in your opinion.
Yeah, well,
Again, to refer back to my comment a few minutes ago, let's be civil to one another. The daggers are not appropriate. If you want to make a
You know,
statement.
it's not
Excuse me, I
appropriate.
think I'm talking.
yeah, I
If
think you are
I-
too, but you know
If
what? I don't have to
if
listen to you. I'm
I
not your
think-
daughter.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If I think you want, it's fine to have a conversation, but to
And
be
I made
attacking,
the comment.
but to be attacking is not appropriate.
not
You are in a
attacking.
public forum, and I would say if you took a poll of the board right now, it's an attacking motive, and
Oh,
it's not
please.
appropriate.
Whatever.
If you want to if you want to speak to somebody and express your opinion, that's fine, but you
And I
shouldn't
did.
be attacking.
And I
Okay,
stated
and your
it in a
comments come
way
attacking.
that was
I'm
not
done saying what
attacking.
I've
I
gotta say.
said,
Really?
yes, I did. I said, the agenda, the decisions, the motions on there should not be made for the board.
I think there's a
for the
point of
meeting.
order through Keith.
Yes.
I would like to defer. I'm done.
You're done, please.
Point of order, can we go ahead and move on?
Okay. I think we're done for tonight. Meeting adjourned.
Wait, do we have the
Oh, I'm
motion?
sorry.
Time out. I'll make a motion to receive and file the following reports, 14-1 through 14-9. I'm making the
Second.
motion. Keith is seconding.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Now you can.
Meeting adjourned.
There you go.
Mhm.